Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whatever you may be. And thank you, Vince Clothrow, for becoming a YouTube member on Mo's or Valhalla stream.
I believe it's my stream, so thank you so much.
And Sebastian Müller, with how she treated the defense, I, for one, do not want a direct verdict from Bev. She wants Karen to be guilty. Well, the direct verdict meant if she gives that, will be innocent. And that'll be with prejudice, so they can't sue her again. So we know she's not going to give it. And
Yeah.
Dave is here and ready for Bev to grant the motion for direct verdict. There should be a short stream today. From your eyes to God's knees.
Is that a Danishism?
Yeah.
It's a
Because
bigism.
I like that one.
So do we trust Auntie Bev will rule like a rational person today, or is she going to rust the defense again?
I think it depends on who they call first. Do we have?
I know. We are going to get the Sogra, a guy who is here to combat the... I think he's here to combat the triggering event.
Yeah.
I will maybe have to put up a warning and tell you ladies to get a towel to sit on. Jamie described him as he's a moist maker. And I thought, and apparently that means that you need to sit on a towel.
Baker, just for you, I found this t-shirt yesterday.
Oh, I love me some Dr. Pepper.
Well, that and, for my new Sarah Boone character, I mean, how could I pass it up?
Yeah. Direct verdict means that the state did not put forth enough evidence for any jury to convict. Exactly. So that'll be an out of here.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
I don't know if
I
this
think
is
they
a
do it.
Netherlands wolf, but that could be cool.
Well,
We have a lot of
Bev's
wolves.
defense is... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Baker.
No, I just said that could be cool if with all these wolves that we have so many.
I think for the JOA, though, it has to be in the light most favorable to the state. So
Yeah.
I think that might be what Bev uses to say the Bev, the state did okay.
Hey, they showed up on time most day. Come on. Hey, Ken. Hey, Mo, are you using the exercise suitcase for Dollywood?
Uh, Actually, my girls got invited to a vacation, so now I'm looking for I'm probably gonna have to buy a suitcase because they're using all of our suitcases, which is great. I'm glad they get to go on vacation. So, but now I'm like, okay, I have to find a duffel bag.
I'm just happy that I borrowed another suitcase and I start packing today, and I might be able to I need to go out and get some things tomorrow, so I'm still hoping that I can get away with one big one and a carry-on instead of having to
Ooh.
haul around two big suitcases. Yeah, we're big in the Netherlands. I think we have at least 10 people from Holland in our chat.
Ooh, cool.
Which ones?
Helen from Holland. Totally not a Russian
no.
bot. Pimpernella.
Totally not a Russian botches? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's totally not from Russia.
Oh, I didn't know he was from the Netherlands.
Well, he writes in Dutch sometimes. You should watch the show, Jamie. Sometimes it's really good.
If someone writes in a different language, the only one that I could probably pick up is Spanish. But anything other than that, I'm lost.
Oh my. It's really good.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what it tastes like because they won't tell us their 26 or 23 different special flavories.
Which one's your favorite? Do you like just the original, or do you have a favorite of all the spin-offs?
Well,
I had
currently,
I think I had Dr. Pepper and soda and cream or something when I was
How
in the
about
States last
strawberries
year.
and cream?
I think I had that. Oh,
I was
Pimpernella is
curious about
Belgian.
that one.
It's the same.
so I will say the blackberry one tasted. Now I get the Dr. Pepper Zero, so maybe there's a difference, but it tasted
I get
straight
zero
like cold
cherry.
medicine.
Okay.
Of course, my mom could have dosed me a lot with Dimetap when I was a kid. Who knows? But it just reminded me of Dimetap.
I heard that one tastes like cough syrup. I like the regular zero and the cherry zero. Those are the two I like. And I seen that they had strawberries and cream on sale, but I was like, who's had that one? Because I don't want to buy a whole pack of it and then it suck.
See, Jamie.
What? I got nothing. I couldn't even tell you.
Well, there's an I missing between the W and the R to begin with.
Okay.
So is the first word we?
Wir.
Well, no,
We're?
I mean, but in English is the first
Yes.
word translated as we.
It's we.
Holy crap! I'm a polyglot right here.
I think it says we speak English here in the Netherlands.
No. Come on,
You tried.
I tried.
we can decipher this together. We got we
We
In
have
Enclave.
in
We
Eugene.
No, it says
Enclave. No.
if we have we and we have enclave, it's probably something, and it says NL in the end. That's Holland or Nederland.
The
Are you
Netherlands.
trying to steal the conclave from Rome? Because
We
I'll be
have an
okay.
in eigen enclave here. Sorry, I butcher.
we
have enclave here.
We have
I mean,
our own enclave here.
Enclave.
It means we have a small community of Dutch people in our chat.
Well, I understand what enclave means. I was just
Oh.
joking that they're stealing the conclave, which
You have your own community here in chat.
Oh,
Yep.
I think Nils Krohn could be from Holland as well. Hey, Show Live. No, it's just that there's a Dutch now I can usurp. They usurped part of the chat.
Usurped.
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 yeah. What did Brennan say
What is that?
usurped?
He said usurped. He made it a double O sound somehow. Usurped.
Oh. He also says I dear. I mean,
He says a lot of stupid things, Mo. He says a lot of stupid things.
Come on, Bevy, show us
I
the side
can't
part.
wait to see him on Cross, to be honest.
That's going to be terrible.
I'm looking
Vocabulary
forward
in
to
a bunch
see
of-
his demeanor.
oh gosh.
Yeah,
no.
when the Karen Reed case is over and Brennan isn't getting that much work to do after, him and Jamie will have vocabulary on a budget
Is that vocabulary? Or
every
is that,
Sunday
like,
at noon.
Yeah.
language.
Talking about Sundays at noon, this Sunday at noon, as probably the last or the second to last thing I'll do before I fly out, I will have Carl Steinbeck on as a guest, talk about the Karen Reed case. So if
Awesome
you don't have
sauce.
anything else to do on Sundays, come say hello to a new friend of the channel.
That is
Of
super
course.
cool.
How cool.
Who is that exactly?
Carl
Oh,
Steinbeck is a former JAG lawyer.
JAG lawyer.
Yeah, JAG.
Got it.
Okay.
Like, what the hell's a Jack lawyer?
I know.
Yeah, I was
he's-
like,
I thought
there's
I
a
heard
Jack in the
too.
case? How did I miss Jack? I was like, I got all the Alberts
Like
and
a
the
jackass
McCabe's, and
lawyer?
where's Jack?
I'd be way more interested in the Jill lawyer, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
If her intro was the Divinals, that'd be great.
Oh my god. Oop, my bad. I didn't mute. I apologize.
You're all
chug-
right. It's
What are you
Friday.
chugging
and
over there? Do you have a monster?
You're damn right I got a monster.
What
Woohoo.
flavor is that?
This one
Ooh.
is green tea. I'm partial
that
to
one
the
good?
green tea. I'm also partial to the peach tea.
Okay, the peach tea you had me. The green tea, I can't get the green
just
tea
for a
taste.
change of pace. And then there's a strawberry lemonade that's really delicious as
Ooh,
well.
that sounds good.
They've got a regular lemonade. It's mediocre at best. And then they have
Man.
a raspberry tea that's just god awful. I don't know why they made that. It's terrible.
I haven't had a fancy monster. I only knew him when it was like the zero, the regular, and the green one. There's a blue and
No,
green
these
one
were-
and a white one. Now they have all these flavors.
Well, I was
Ginger
sitting in
said,
the
"Val, you're
background
gonna
not
have a
too
heart attack."
at JAG, which means something military lawyer. And he is out of Texas, so most nights I think he starts. I don't even, because he always he streams for like an hour when I get out of bed. So I think he starts at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock his time, and stream for a couple of hours. And I like to meet new people
Well, that is awesome.
because people who met me
sauce.
don't want to talk to me again.
Oh,
In order to maintain
Whatever.
friendship, we must meet new people because the old people leave rather quickly.
Yeah.
yeah, well,
Ooh,
likes us.
Just me is like, what? No Long Island iced tea? Now, if Monster made that flavor, I would be all over it.
I feel like they could.
I
They
feel
should
like
just
they do, and it's
venture
called,
into
what
that.
are those, Four Locos?
Yeah, or local.
I feel
Those-
like that is the Monster Energy drink alcohol.
Or
Pretty
the-
much.
well, no. Or- Yeah.
People drink way too much. Oh, I'm not going to pull it up because YouTube's algorithm could get it wrong. But when I saw what Michelle Johansson wrote, and I don't have my eyeglasses on, it looked kind of different.
Almost like Hill. Sort of.
Yeah,
sort of
almost
Hill.
like Hill.
Almost.
I know she's from Norway, but still, it's still a little insensitive to go around and say that in the streets up there.
Hi.
You guys.
Hey,
Hey,
Reedy.
Reedy.
Hello.
Locos are dangerous and gross. Never had one.
I think I
I've
had
never
half
tried
of
it.
one, and then I fell asleep, so...
But it didn't work for you. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
it's supposed to be is it energy and drunkenness? I don't know.
It's just because you get
Yeah.
high energy and it doesn't taste like anything, so you'll just pound it harder. So kind of like
it's one of those
soda
silly
pops.
things where they like big fear mongering campaign, right? Like we've been chugging Jaeger and Red Bull forever. Like that
I
was
know.
never an issue.
Bring back Jolt
Oh,
Cola.
yeah.
Double the caffeine, all the
Or
fun.
Surge.
Bring back
Remember
Jolt Cola.
Surge?
I found Surge like a year
I
ago.
love
I
Surge.
I loved
I
Surge.
bought like 8 cases of it. It was amazing. I loved it.
Daggone.
Oh shit.
I walked into a gas station and they had like a big center display of just stacks of tall boys of Surge. I was like, oh, I'm buying these.
A
Just
tall
going there
boy
every
of
day.
Surge. I love
That
Val
was
that.
had to call
amazing.
Valkyrie and say, look, the grocery money is going to be a little short this month, but I got us
Yeah.
covered in Surge. All right?
It was amazing.
And Michelle, I know you would never. It's just I looked over and I thought that was well. I was watching Racket stream this morning, and that chat gets a little rowdy sometimes. So maybe we had a few racketeers over here.
That would be awesome.
He should call his
Racketeers?
like I call my chat muffin top. Well, cream pies. He should call them racketeers.
Yeah, and I call my, followers Hand Workers United.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a t-shirt that has like a union logo, and then when people look at it, they're going to be like, do what now?
And Valhalla calls his fans
goat
in the middle of the
herders.
night. Really creepy,
Goat
but he
herders.
does it still. Katie, good morning from your number one Canadian fan in South Korea. Love that the fam is all here. Everyone like and subscribe. Everyone here. Thank you for reminding us, Katie. And
I know.
yes,
Katie.
the
We get to
rumors
see
about
Jamie's
mom and dad's
beautiful
divorce
face.
was greatly exaggerated yesterday.
I made Mrs. Valhalla watch that video. I was like, I have no idea what happened. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about.
I know. I woke up at 3 thinking it was 8 a.m. and I was like, what is going, what? We're not divorced? I'm confused. I didn't think we were married.
I almost made a beef with Baker video.
We
It's all true. We
not
hate each
always.
other.
Yeah.
we
don't
we're
always
never
agree.
streaming again.
No, but I like that we all have different perspectives. Yes, we might have a bias toward thinking the state didn't prove their case, but we all have different ideas about what's more important. And I think that gives people a perspective of the jury, because every single juror is going to have that one part that's important to them, or the part that really proves or disproves it for them. So we offer that and give you a view into the jury room, though we're a lot kinder than Bostonians or... Look, I just imagine them all talking like this as like they're just base normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I strongly disagreed with Baker, and that's fine. Doesn't
What happened
still
yesterday?
buddies. We're still
If you're
buddies.
talking about the trial yesterday, the last witness was absolutely a smashmortion of a witness again. He did the same thing. Unless he did better, but you can't do well. Again, you can't make pie out of poo. Well, you can, but it will never be good.
You can't.
They
No
did
amount-
in the help, but
No
that was
amount of
gross.
Velveeta can cover the taste. I don't know what Velveeta is, but
Neither do we.
the state
don't, but
rested
it's
after
good.
a state rested after a short redirect where again, this was the crucial witness. This witness couldn't tell you how, when, where John was hit, only that he was hit. And it was totally consistent, even though he couldn't tell you how he was hit. Our big disagreement in the end was because I'm very afraid that the jury is just as stupid as the old jury, and Jamie is very confident that these people are smarter. And
I don't
then we
think
had a
they could
passionate
possibly
debate about
be
it.
As stupid as the last jury, right? Like the last jury was pretty stupid. I don't think they can be that bad again.
To be fair,
I
we all
think
have
they're
our
wondering
stupid
about
days.
Proctor. That's my whole thing. I think they are. I think they want to see him.
I
think
just
it's a
can't
good-
see enough upside to it.
Well,
I can't see
okay,
a
as
downside.
much fun as I'd love to have them get Proctor on there and have him explain his stupidity, I think the jurors would much rather appreciate them getting to the point and saying the car accident never happened.
Yeah. Get away from all of that third party. If you have, because the last time Lally had a stronger case trying to prove that she had ill intent. You don't really have it this time. You need to fight. The only solid thing he has is that stupid car. So I would fight that passionately. And the one who is supposed to start today is Disorga, according to what Karen said when he left trial. She left trial yesterday. I believe he's there to either do the cell phones or the text stream. I believe it's the text stream. So,
Did she say that yesterday?
Outside of court,
I watched that clip. I didn't catch that. I thought she
Well,
said
I saw.
It was like right before
no.
she got in the car or something.
Yeah, I think TBD is Proctor.
TBD is to be
And
determined.
herself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was asked about. I think she. No, it wasn't
Are you
yesterday.
going to
She was
take the
asked.
stand? Are you going to call Proctor and then sum up
Yes.
the state's case in one word? And she said unjust.
Oh, there was a different one because there was two. Because I saw
Yeah.
that too. Because when Baker told me, I was like, she didn't say that. But I saw another clip was the same like clip, but it was just that little part. She said,
Yeah, I think you saw that clip where she said TBD about, and I had it that it was Proctor, but okay, it could be herself as well, to take the stand, and then it's right before they drive off. It's who's the first witness going to be, and I believe she said Disorga.
she did.
I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah, we have been disappointed before. Look at that cute doggy, Jamie.
Oh,
Oh, he's a little
Aw.
pitbull.
And he has a little couch. That's so
He's a
cute.
little pitbull.
I don't
have a soft
have-
spot for pit bulls. I love them.
have the chats pulled up become bigger. I think it's like I can see or maybe it's because
Oh,
when I
yeah.
do. Yeah, it's
Ooh.
become twice the size or something
It's
like
going
that.
all the way across the screen. That's not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did notice that.
Cool.
And thank you, Jason JJJ, for gifting 10 memberships to Handworkers United or MOFOs. I can't remember what I named them, but let me
Hand
let
jobs
you know.
for all.
Pretty much. For Pernilla Bingo Bruti, Mike Chaput, Velo 70 or 87, Yvonne Chavez, dig up evidence in the pool, Pilola's mom, back to country, Zimmy, and lurking feds.
Thank you, JJ, for kicking the dust off of the trial so we can get going.
Now opening AC.
That was just what you needed. Some gifted memberships and the court started.
So I was told council want to see me at sidebar.
It was a tease.
Your Honor,
Why are you going to side? There's no jury there. You came in early so that you could do
it's so
this.
the press can't hear it.
Yeah, so
But it's going to be
press.
Your Honor, I heard that the defense is going to call witnesses. I know I have filed motions for 95% of the witness list, but I actually think that they shouldn't be allowed.
The state's entitled to a fair trial too.
The state's, this is trial by ambush. Well, they gave you the witness list. Yeah, and I demanded every single witness was removed, Your Honor. Oh, John DePetro is there. I think he sleeps in there because he sees stuff no one else sees.
He does.
You know,
It's very insightful.
Why is her dress looking like that over here?
Because
Well,
she's
she's sitting on it
pregnant, so you
funny.
can tell the kind of belly swells out. So she's
Yeah, but
sitting
that's
on
up
part
here.
of the dress.
I know where a
Because
woman's
she's-
belly is. It's not down here.
She's sitting
got
on
her-
part of the dress. It's tucked
Oh.
under, so it's tighter.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she had put it over the chair and then squished up on it. It just looked weird. Why wouldn't it be down by her legs if she's?
well, her legs are a little bigger than they used to be. Okay, Baker, leave her alone. She's
But
fine.
understand, but why isn't the dress ending here? Why is it over the chair?
Because when she got on the chair, it probably tucked a little under. So it's just tucked a little under. If she pulls it out, it'll look like a skirt. She's just sitting on it. Weird.
The reporter over here who flashed panties the other day.
Is that the same one?
That's not the same one. The one
No,
that
that
was
girl
in the
had
lime green
dark hair.
flasher was.
Oh,
not
by the
pregnant.
way, I know from people studying Grant, he has that front facing camera. They have put a bailiff next to Mr. Reed to stop him communicating with the juror because he's been making faces, and then Sue from Boston said, "No, that's just not true." And then people started spreading it, and she went around, and I don't like Sue. I think she's a biased hack, but she fairly went around and said, "That's not where the jury is sitting. There's no reason. There's 8 bailiffs in the room all the time, one with this family, one with the other family, one with the press box, 2 at the jury." Now, he was stopped from making faces because the jury was annoyed by it.
Seems a little excessive, doesn't it? 8 bailiffs in this tiny little courtroom.
It's because I think they, especially to keep an eye on the press, because
I think I would bet it
sidebars
was
was
more
leaked.
for the press.
Oh,
Probably the most
Follow
interesting
balls.
thing going on right now. That they're like,
Full of balls
we're gonna
looks
go
real
hang with her.
happy.
Well,
Is
I
Aaron
know
there
women's
with him?
get swollen. I was just thinking why the dress was draping down as a. Hey, you go to. I want to go watch the trial. Who should I watch it with? Oh, let me watch it with Melanie Little. Oh, we're going to talk about the law. Let me watch it with Emily D. Baker. Oh, we're going to talk about the law. Let's watch it with Baker. And
Not
Co.
here. Not
What
here.
the hell is going on with that dress? Why is that guy so bald? I'm going to put on a wig and look like the fake widow.
Oh God.
I like
It
it
was
over
a
here.
thought.
Yeah.
It's
We have
funner
fun.
over here.
We have fun.
We
I will say that side does seem defeated, but I can also see, look, from a prism of my bias, they're defeated. From just a casual observer standpoint, it's a long trial and everyone's effing tired and it's Friday. So I could read a lot into the way Paul is sitting right now, but I'm just going to call it's a Friday and everyone's tired.
I thank you, Serenity. Well, we try to make it fun because I have watched none of the mentioned YouTubers, but I have watched trials on other channels where you're thinking, I could watch this on
Rackets
Court
needs to
TV
come over
and
here
be
and
more
join the fun.
entertained.
yeah, there are some channels that's like, why are you even bothering?
Have someone
Listen, I streamed
punched
one
Paul
trial by myself. I told you I wouldn't do it anymore. Let's drop it, all right? Jesus.
I
Yeah,
didn't,
we
I
already
didn't
had the
name
intervention,
names,
y'all. We're
but
not supposed to mention it again.
I could see BB and Nick Ricada having a fun time. I think we could have a great time. I know Valhalla had a great time with him, so
Dude,
I-
Nick's a blast. I love that guy.
I would love to have him on. I know a lot of
Yeah,
people
that
are,
would be-
oh, dangerous. I don't
cares?
care that much.
yeah.
I
You
don't
know,
either.
yeah.
Hey, he
I
got
mean-
me to where I'm going. Hey, Hospice Jess, we miss you so much. Stop that stupid work. You're just like Jamie.
Yeah. Isn't
Who
it
needs a
suck,
job
Jess?
anyway?
Oh, some do. God
Just
dang
become a
it.
subpar YouTuber and stop.
What?
It's a strategy.
Well, just
How I
do like
keep this
me.
girlish figure.
That's why I live on Velveeta and get fat.
You live on Velveeta.
No, you live on shrimpies on rye bread
Yeah,
with not
shrimp
cottage
cheese.
cheese.
On a cardboard wheel. That's what he wanted me to eat when I was there.
It was good. That was actually a good knackball. I watch you. If I get confused, I go to EDB to listen. Then I come back. Thank you so much,
Well,
Sumo.
thanks.
Well, we have a smaller chat that's more nimble, and we can discuss a lot of things. It gets a little crowded when. How much did I see her have one day? It was absolutely gobsmacking. I know Melanie Little has like 10,000 on most streams. Chat must be going.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, she must have people pulling chats for her because I couldn't imagine trying. It's hard enough when I'm reading stories for the mornings with Mo, and I'll come back and chat's like 84 topics away, and I'm like, do what now?
Good morning, genitals. Genitals
Oh,
are here for the moisture.
Oh, genitals.
For goat food for the new baby boy. Thank you, M Spire. And that is
Aw.
correct, y'all. We had another baby boy. The
What did
last
we name him?
we don't do names early. We gotta
What?
let that kind of
Oh
It
yeah,
just
I can.
they got to earn their names, right? You got to
Okay.
ease into that. But the last of the babies this season was born yesterday, and he's awful cute.
Oh, gonna name him Lasty.
The 13-pounder was a month
Lasty?
early, and I'm little, only
Lasty.
5'2". Ooh, you have been wider than you were tall then, if it's a 13-pounder.
I don't think you're supposed to say that, Baker.
No, it has come out. You can't say it to a pregnant lady. You just have to say you're glowing. You can't say you're looking a little doughy today, because that apparently is like telling a woman you are acting like your mom. It's the
a
same
sure.
centers in the brain.
It's a sure way to end an argument and start a snapped episode.
Start a new red rum trial.
Yeah, pretty much.
20K, that's wild.
I think she had 51,000 at once.
Holy fazolies. So
I think
was
my
trying.
biggest is I've had the first panel stream I did last year. I think I sniffed at 10,000.
Oh wow.
And I
that's
think Marissa
awesome.
was constantly just turning chat down because it was
We'll
fast.
start with the required finding argument.
Hey, Donna, thank you. Wait
What is required?
2 months as a member. Appreciate you. Hope you're having fun in the goat herd.
Required finding argument?
I'll hear
Maybe
you whenever
that's
you're
what they
ready,
called
Mr.
their-
Jackson.
Oh,
Sure.
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think
As
that's
you should.
before the court.
It won't
My
matter.
comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important.
Yes.
It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview,
You still got to
the
do it.
SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse.
this is the motion to dismiss that happens outside of the jury.
And it
The
was
jury will be
suspect
there at 9:30.
whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence.
That'd be amazing.
There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time. And then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind it. Dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place.
Not guilty.
There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all 3 counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
Just great statements. Not going to listen to any of it. It's
No.
And he has filed 2 new motions today, Hanke, Brennan, to preclude the group text from the bodies. If they want them in, they have to call Proctor, is what I read out of it. And there's an interesting one, Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. The defense noticed that it intends to call Kelly Denver, and I can't remember that name, as a witness for their case. The Commonwealth moved pursuant to Mass Blar 14, I did it in Danish, for all written communications, including prior inconsistent statements. So it must be someone who has said something before, and I don't know who Kelly Denver is.
There's no Kelly Denver that testified, from what I
No,
know.
and that's why I'm thinking they must have testified in the grand jury or something.
Maybe.
Does someone watches way more of the local stuff than we do?
Yeah, who's Kelly Denver? Anyone know?
Is she related to John? Oh, I can't with this guy.
In a light most
That was
favorable
real.
to
She'd get rid of at least
Commonwealth,
one.
the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. A reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument
Abundant.
or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus from her shattered right taillight
How
that
did
are
they get
found
there?
in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries
Yeah, but your guy couldn't tell us
argued
when,
against
where,
that.
or how, you idiot.
on his
This
arm.
guy said it was
consistent
could be up to 8 or something like that. Like
The
he
arm
wouldn't
is
even-
consistent
he
with the
wouldn't even-
taillight damage, really,
Whatever.
because it didn't get the outside of his arm. It was all medial. It was all closer to the interior of his arm where he got those paint, not on the distal or outer part of his arm.
Yeah. You put paint on your
With
arm. That's
the
all you did.
damage.
You didn't prove.
to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature
It's Apple
data.
Health data, damn it.
And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting, The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It
Okay,
is a
then shut
public
up.
way.
You weren't going to
Lieutenant
say
Gallagher
much.
told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions that night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself through.
The only Kelly Denver I can find is on some obscure hate Karen Reed. No, that's Kelly Deaver. Sorry, I'm snooping.
Firefighter Becker,
Could it be the
they're arguing,
woman
they're
that
upset.
Paul was flirting
We
with?
see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup.
Paul has nothing to do with this.
I was just trying to figure out if there was.
It doesn't matter. Paul can bang every chick he wants.
Well, I
it has
know.
nothing to do with the night.
And we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice.
Could be that he made a misspelling, so it is Kelly Deaver, because Kelly Deaver is the dispatch officer who got the 911 call from William Reed for the Section 12. I'll keep snooping.
There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe.
No, she didn't.
She's the
She
last
said,
one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping
"Oh,
him.
Hank, that spray hair.
As
You
to
just got
leaving
one
the
spot
scene,
today."
Again,
Yeah,
the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes
No, she didn't
dozens
say
and
that.
dozens of calls.
when she found
She
him.
should admonish him for lying to this to the court again. She never ever said it in that about that situation. It was in the morning when she saw him.
Yeah.
Everyone who heard it knows it. I know she's not going to do shit, but
She's not gonna do shit. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but he is constantly lying to the court.
Well,
But never
he-
goes back to help him and leaves him to die.
Sure.
And we heard from
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
Wolf about the
Well,
life-saving
this-
procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
So the motion
God, I really can't stand that guy.
tonight is to all three of them.
Obviously.
Shocking.
And the other topic
mean,
that we
shocker.
were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right,
You
so
ready?
we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take it.
All right, please.
Let's go.
Let's
All right.
go.
So the smallest surprise in history of courts.
Yeah. In our whole lives of watching this stuff, we've seen one. And
Yeah.
that was shocking. So
Yeah.
never happened.
I was about to turn the stream off and think, oh, it's done. Good arguments, and she just said,
Yeah.
"Nah, fuck you."
Well, I would hope that she would at least consider dropping second degree, but
Yeah,
No.
second degree should be out the window because at no point have they ever tried to prove that she had any malice towards him that would lead
Yeah.
her to do it.
You know what?
And
I guess
attaching
if I,
mens rea to moving backwards, that doesn't make sense to me because you would have to have the intent to hurt him. She never said that. This would be an accident, which would be manslaughter at greatest.
But they
If they
can't
could
prove
prove-
that backing up and anything happened. They don't even really know when they backed up. They just know she did at some point.
The only thing that I think you could attach mens rea on is if they could prove that she saw him in the snow, and she left him to pass away. But there is no proof of that. I don't know how you would get proof of that other than, again, those interviews are redonkulous. I can't believe they let her do those.
Yeah, there
I
was
guess if I
another
was
case I
playing-
watched where they dropped like one of the charges or something. They do that before, but like it's very rare that they'll even do anything.
Just to prove how bad the case is for the defense, one of my great inspirations on the internet has made a thought-up scenario so we can see how stupid it is. I'm being framed for theft. A witness say they saw someone matching my description running out of their local Best Buy with a television. The police found the television in my possession, but they don't know the exact time down to the second that I allegedly stole this television. Therefore, I'm factually innocent and have been framed. Karen Reed,
That's
logic.
stupid.
I said, no one would believe someone saw you running. I vote not guilty.
First of all, Krusty, yeah, I don't believe that you've ran anywhere in your life.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is she actually proves how bad the Commonwealth's case is. No one saw her do it. No one saw anything linking her to it because no one noticed the murder weapon was a murder weapon until after it was in custody. But that's crusty.
Krusty Panties. Kate Peters. She's the ringleader of the anti-Karen Reed people.
Yeah, if you have an eyewitness saying, I saw her with the TV, that's a whole lot better than I saw her at Best Buy. Because to make her analogy work, it is someone saw her outside of Best Buy at or around the time that a TV was stolen.
She's not smart.
No, but she got a couch for her work, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Not his ex-partner. She used to work for him, and then she turned very anti-Toidle boy. Oh, I saw another one. My good friend. Sadly her fingers slip sometimes, so she hit the block button. Because I always get my legal advice from Wendy Murphy at law. Doctor of Law. Few questions I would ask Proctor. Why were you looking for nudes? Did Karen Reed share more than a kiss and a few suggestive texts with Higgins? Were you aware that she was sexually manipulating Higgins to make John jealous? How would he be aware of that? Because no one said it until they got the text messages. Did Higgins tell you that she was sexually harassing him?
Not harassing, manipulating. That's way worse.
It's the same. Oh, and Furious George, I don't know who that a-hole is. Karen
You
Reed
are
knowingly
unmuted.
reported a false federal crime to gain access to his personal phone. That's not how that worked. I think I read that.
That's not how that
Yeah,
works.
I don't.
at all.
Yeah, I don't think the feds are really happy if you do a false Fed claim. Also, do you call the
Wasn't
FBI
it-
personally, get the switchboard, and like, I have a crime?
The whole thing started because Yannetti reach out to him to be like, this case is wacko. Come and look at it, and then they did.
Yeah. But that's, I know because I read Plevin's book, that's where all of it started. Because it was an illegal investigation by the DOJ.
Join in, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
God bless the closed captions.
She stole money.
Good morning again, council.
There was something on manipulated numbers or something like that.
Happy Friday. So I do have to.
Yeah, they
ask
don't
you
do
those
it much,
three
but I'll do it.
questions. Were you all able to follow my
Oh, yeah.
instructions and refrain
The
from
logo,
discussing this
the
case?
top
they
right.
don't really do it anymore.
Everyone
But it
said
looks
yes.
better when the little baker's up there.
Were you also
Way
able
better.
to follow the instructions and refrain
And
from
again,
filling
if it's a
any
spelling mistake,
research
that's
and
Kelly
investigation?
Deaver instead of Kelly Denver. They should
Everyone
just
said
turn over a
yes.
blank piece of paper and say, we have followed Rule
anyone
14
happen to
motion,
see,
because we
hear,
have
or
no
read anything about
communications
this case
with
since
John
Monday?
Denver's sister.
As you know, yesterday the client was arrested, and as you know, the defendant
Oh,
has
could be.
absolutely no burden of proof in this case.
Ew. Yeah, those
Not a case
pictures.
that I hear that
Ew.
you are. So this witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The defense calls.
You gonna throw us a curveball?
Matthew DeSober's last.
Okay. Oh,
Sober.
okay.
This sober. Ladies, guard your loins. Keep your moisture
Who's this
intake
guy
up.
again?
Stop saying loins and moisture.
Man, look at the mustache on that guy.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Oh, he's older than in the video I saw.
He's so little.
He's shorter than Shizzy.
Ah, he's not a dwarf.
This is what does it for you, Jamie? Really?
I didn't say, I don't know
It's
where
the silver
Baker
fox.
is talking about.
Thank you, Mr. DeSogra. Could you
I'm a
please
little
state your full
disappointed,
name
if
and
I'm
spell
being
your last
honest.
name for the jurors, please?
Sure.
First
Matthew
of all,
DeSogra, last name DISO
You saw that little smile he gave. I'm going to do a poll in a bit.
Oh
GR.
my
I
gosh,
didn't
the
even know who
defense
he
is
was.
going for the thirst
I
trap
am
defense.
a
I like
licensed
it.
professional engineer.
Look how
I
little he is
practice
compared to
in the field
the-
of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize
kid.
in analysis, interpretation,
I want to
and
pick him up and put him in my pocket.
accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed
well.
by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? What, other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the director of engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all.
Can we go back and watch the witness like we have done every single day doing the Commonwealth's case instead of focusing on Karen Reed?
I know. Why they zoom in on her face? Who cares?
Yeah, that's
Types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the director of engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles
Get off,
coming,
Karen.
the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because
And-
ultimately, sorry.
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged, and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand. Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of
Can you pause real quick?
manufacturers
So I just love the way this expert is explaining things. He doesn't have 94,000 PowerPoints full of text and documents. He's just
Well, we haven't
using
gotten there
common-
yet. We're just laying the groundwork for his expertise.
Look, I'm just trying not to lose my mind if I hear the word infotainment again. After the Karen Reed trial, that will be banned in the Church of Mo.
But I like that he can answer a question with 10 words.
Yes.
And the poll is up. Is Jamie right? Do we have a data daddy?
implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we
He's
use in
cute.
the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental
I
part
like the
of
gray.
vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel.
I loved the way he just corrected him without saying, no, that's totally wrong. It's system.
I like him. He's actually growing
He
on
needs
me.
to grow a beard.
He's
One
no, I
thing
think
we need. No, he's Italian. They can't grow beards. We need one thing, and that's a tie check from Brennan. Brennan probably slept in this morning, but I like his wide tie because he is quite wide in the shoulders.
Tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind
Or
how
for
it
me.
works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle. Then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, If we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month.
Kind of.
These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last...
He's if Andy Garcia and Nicolas Cage had a love child.
Oh my gosh, yes.
There you go.
Yes.
What was it? Wait, Andy Garcia and who?
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. Think... no, don't think about it. Godfather 3, the way Andy Garcia looked in that. It looks kind of like that.
It's cute.
A few minutes.
But never think about Godfather 3. Never.
Nah, it's terrible.
I would put it in the top 5 movies of worst movies in all time and biggest disappointing movies.
All duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director, a director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began in my academic.
Not George Hamilton. Hamilton has a way slimmer face and more rugged
career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school.
Wait, it's not pending.
And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V, forensic engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
Anyone mentioning his fat tie yet? I said I like the bigger knot on the tie because he has white. It fits with his wide shoulders.
Okay, I'm gonna have to step in here. The fat tie is out of date. We are now wearing skinny ties, sir. But you're not as good.
Do you know how fat I look if I put on a skinny tie?
I'm not a fan of it either. I'm just telling you the way it is. The knot is good, but to be, and I wear my ties like this without the dimple, but there should be a dimple in the middle of the part coming down. It should bend.
But isn't
I don't
this
like it?
Isn't this like the 70s knitted ties?
Oh, it might.
You can't put a dimple in a knitted tie. It looks like.
What about a bolero? I think he should just rock a bolero.
Bolero.
You know the
Isn't
they're the tassel ties from the
bolo?
West. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, a bolero is a jacket. Look, I don't.
Yeah, that's not a
I know it's
bolero.
gonna
Isn't
shock
that
you, but
something like a poncho or something like that?
It's a small jacket. But to be
Bolo
fair, I
tie.
don't buy a lot of ties for myself. So
Okay, I know nothing about ties, so what you're all talking about is foreign to me.
When did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in
I
terms
bet I
of
own
the
more
engineering
ties than
field or the
Lesko.
reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those.
Those get wild.
And I'm usually
dark.
presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually.
I just have to, Citizen Dane's avatar. Now you can see it.
I love
This
it.
this is a character for every year we have these advent calendars at the 24 days to Christmas. This is a comedy advent calendar about a guy who came out from prison and has to stay with his kind of interesting dad as well. And this one is his parole officer called Arne Nuggagren. Nuggagren is like nougat branch. And it could also kind of be a euphemism for if you like men. But he's just a typical 70s school teacher. It's every time I see that avatar, I'm just smiling.
Christmas is weird in Denmark.
Well, it's not a Christmas. Well, it is a Christmas story,
gosh,
but
Baker.
let's just say it's a different one. He has
I
like
will
an
send you
advent.
money to send me one of those joke advent calendars because they sound awesome.
No, it's on TV.
Oh,
But
dang.
it's in television. You have the kids ones, and then you have the grown up. This is a grown up. Not this guy. He plays all the characters, so it is this guy. But the guy is a former sailor who his advent calendar for himself is every day is just a bottle of beer. So he goes out and says, "Oh, what is it today? Oh, now I've never." That's his morning ritual. And then this guy puts Happy Fears and Frischen tea in it once, and that's not a good thing.
Correct.
Sorry.
Have you
Oh, you came for what's the trial?
data?
Not here. My
data.
childhood
Attended
memories.
Events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction.
Yes.
What about vehicle crash
Hey,
reconstruction?
but Burgess
Yes.
What
taught
about
people
electronic
at
control modules
DeVry.
image?
What?
I mean, I know he went to Symposia, but Burgess taught people at DeVry. I mean,
Well, he's pursuing teaching.
yeah.
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction.
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am.
Okay, there we go. Say infotainment or draw 25.
Oh my lord.
Thank you, Baker.
Nationally recognized
it's
Society
Valhalla.
I'll
for
draw-
Academic Engineers.
I'll draw
Yes,
25.
Valhalla.
Oh, thank you, Valhalla.
The teaching roles that you've held within the
Shout
course.
about that.
Well, we can't do it on YouTube because I tried to do it once and we got copyright struck. But maybe there's a way around it.
Have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components, it's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing? Of course, sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event?
So this guy literally wrote the book on it.
Yeah.
Data recorder
And Burgess
testing.
is going to rebut him.
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing
No, this
with
is Welcher.
retrieving data from a vehicle,
I think.
EDR, an event data recorder,
Same.
I'm not sure.
Toyota paper,
Burgess is the
whatever it might be.
infotainment guy.
That's a term of art, Toyota
Burgess's
paper.
rebuttal or whatever.
He's
But they're not
Burgess.
going to bring Burgess back to rebut him. I doubt that.
No.
Correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting too
Cummins
granular
from
details, the
Indiana.
fundamental aspect of that paper?
In that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. We demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes,
How many times?
once
When was that?
in New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture
one N.
LLC.
Yes,
Are you familiar with Aperture?
yes,
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
yes,
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct,
And that dealt with data obtained from Ms. Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes,
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
Yeah,
You
please
became aware in your
explain.
analysis, I'm assuming that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event? Just so
For
I'm
the
clear.
1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number
With
committed.
the court's
to
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor.
Yeah, at this point I'm on Spotify, Rumble, X, Twitch, YouTube. I don't think I could handle one more app. But thank you. I think we could do it on Discord somehow. Maybe if I get. Well, I'm
So
not awake when
The
Yeah,
we
I
have
was asleep.
the original analysis
movies on Discord.
places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds. 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Let me
What?
ask you this. Does a trigger event or
think
does a
we
text
do.
stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend
It was a leading question.
Yeah.
the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the juror so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Sustained as to form.
I don't get that one.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in
It
time,
wouldn't be a time span. It would be.
would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that
That's
long.
my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it
No, this is our data daddy. Poll is up to see if he is a data daddy. He is here to rebut Dr. Shannon Burgess with one N, even though there's 2 in his name, triggering event calculations. And we are just getting into the technical stuff. We had his foundations. He went to school in North Carolina. Isn't that the Fighting
Tar Heels.
Irish?
Tar Heels.
Isn't the
Fighting
Fighting
Irish
Irish from
is-
North Carolina?
No, that's Notre Dame.
That's Notre Dame.
It's in like Indiana, I think, right?
Yeah, it's Indiana.
Valhalla.
Yeah,
I'm-
Notre
I'm-
Dame is in for Indiana.
It starts with an N. It should be in a state that starts with an N.
North Carolina. I only know the North Carolina Tar Heels.
And
Okay,
all
so
the
he's a Tar.
universities
He's
of
a Tar
certain
Heel, and
states
he
would
is
do.
currently not pursuing a doctorate.
North Carolina, where Michael Jordan went to school, y'all.
He went to Notre
Oh.
Dame.
Nope.
capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger
That just doesn't make sense. Notre Dame should be in Paris.
event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
You can tell someone's from Indiana if they say the Notre Dame instead of Notre Dame. You can.
Notre Dame.
If we were to
Notre
calculate the
Dame.
window
Yep.
Notre Dame.
between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
There's always a
Would you
stupid
calculate
bird if you don't know
from
what it
the
is.
point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time? I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not
so,
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event 12:31:38 versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it.
Actually, the contrast between this and Dr. Welcher and Shannon is amazing. This guy makes, he answers so clearly that it kind of stands out that AJ can't ask him the questions the right. He makes AJ fumble because he's just,
Yeah.
This is an expert I like.
He doesn't need 100 PowerPoints. He's doing it off the top of his head. He's communicating it. I do wish they had something on the screen because with all these numbers, I do get a little jumbled.
So, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past that Welcher to have had an earbud in and someone feeding him the answers from the Commonwealth. Allegedly, this is speculation station.
But this is the thing that they didn't really have with Dr. Green when he was talking technical stuff the last time. It got overly complicated. This guy, straight to the point, and the answers are so short that AJ kind of seems like, oh, I have to catch up to him. I really like this type of expert.
Well, and it helps. Doesn't AJ have a background in engineering? So it helps that they speak the
Yes,
same
he was
language.
Air Force. I think he worked on jet engines in the Air Force.
Engineer. Yeah.
So
yeah. What I'm getting, there's a triggering event, which is just this one point, and then it says it picks up 5 seconds before, because it's automatically, it starts grabbing the 5 seconds before, and then it records for another additional 5 seconds after. But the trigger itself is just 1 point, but that's just how the recording works.
But
See,
actually,
I understood that.
Welcher said the same thing, but he just said it in way more words.
Well, I thought it was more of a 30-second thing. They were talking about it.
It was hard to kind of figure out, and he and AJ are simplifying this, so I'm really taking a lot of notes because now I kind of understand.
Yeah, it's exactly like your camera, because your camera continuously monitor or records it, but then it'll go back and say delete, delete, delete. Oh, there's a triggering event. We'll keep the 5-10 seconds before and send you a notice. Hey, something is at your front door. It's the same the EDR does. It'll continuously monitor what happens in your car, but it'll just override. Oh, trigger. Keep those 5 seconds, so insurance can come and say, yeah, you were driving full pedal when you claim you were braking.
It's like police body cam.
Did you apply?
It clicks on, and then there's 30 seconds of silence before it catches up. Yeah, same thing.
Potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report. to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's
You are,
analysis
Julie.
based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask you a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before?
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Sustained.
Why?
You reproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why?
And for the state, if
Yeah,
the
Your Honor.
jurors
Yes, thank you.
believe this man, they're
Back
going
to
to
my
look at his
question.
report.
Was there
it's in
any
evidence.
circumstance, based on your review, that
They
if
should.
the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Sorry?
Before that trigger. That there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes,
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is
What?
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original
Donna.
report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
So you did
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
Did not have that analysis in the 2025, by the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect?
Thank you, Major Mom, for becoming a YouTube member.
Why would you do that? Why would you?
Because I actually have a good show now and again. I think it's, hey, don't, if people,
no, now Dad and Dad are fighting.
I'm gonna send Jamie after you. People are more than allowed to become members on my channel.
That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Burgess's nonsense.
Yesterday, I'm not picking you up at the airport anyway. I just made sure you didn't rent a car. Today, why are you monetized, you asshole? Why would anyone?
Why would anyone
That's
like
it. We're
you?
starting a beef stream.
Major Mom, why would you do that? Why would you be a member of Baker's channel? No, why would Shannon Burgess not use the phone call? The phone call would be an exact point. Instead, he uses a 3-point turn, which creates
because they didn't give the numbers that he needed.
Because it looks better if
What's the only way it would
lines
fit,
up with
right?
everybody else. Yeah.
The 3-point turn isn't an exact location and time, so they've got a span now rather than using a phone call that would pinpoint exactly the time, and you wouldn't have to guess anymore.
Okay. Let's be real. Burgess had to get help from ChatGPT to write his conclusion, and it took a long time because it was math.
Oh, Baker, that was good.
As you see it, regarding the possible scenarios.
Do you get this on Emily D. Baker's
So I did the
channel?
exact
No, you do
same
not.
process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection. The objection is sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying
maybe
Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Jesus.
Brennan,
I
you
hate
absolute
not knowing the
douchebag.
grounds.
It's the stupidest thing I've
Furtherance of
ever
your-
encountered. I'm just going to say objection 37 times. 35 of them will go through.
Oh, unless he's telling him, like, you got this. Oh, Miss Little, the hair.
May I?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason? What was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I just saw the Chiron.
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document.
Oh, that's
Let me
hilarious.
know once you familiarized yourself with it.
And I love your photo. That's a hot glue gun I want. That probably
What is that
doesn't
document?
sound right.
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Is it 144
It appears to be.
pages?
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
May I have that back, please?
I don't know. You
You
seem
don't
to
have any
objection
objection
sections.
now? Yeah.
Objectionitis.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to
It's his own work.
display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Ooh, a
Mr.
PowerPoint
Sober,
I
can you
actually
still
want to
see with the lights
watch.
off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely
Concise.
identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
Oh, that's
With permission,
interesting.
Can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
I'm going to allow
Well, that changes the meaning.
Ha!
The phone interaction happens how many...
Move to strike.
Wait, he didn't even math
Move
it?
to strike. I'll allow it. Oh, one thing I noticed with the Bev, she does like a hot, smart guy.
She does
She
like
d-
the smart one.
That's true.
The defense has studied Bev, and they studied that look she gave Dr. Wolf, and they're like, let's bring the thirst traps.
Yeah.
seconds
telling you.
after the
This is the amaranth of text stream.
text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you.
You need to sit
And
in
the
a
text
hot
stream event that
tub.
we're talking about is what number?
Except he sells knowledge, not
1162-2.
bathwater.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dash green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
Yeah,
did you,
it
I'm
is.
sorry, Mr. DeSoga, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends.
Jamie, this dude would be adorable with messy hair, 5 o'clock shadow, in a Van Halen t-shirt on the weekends. Then he gets spruced up, and that's good too.
Aw, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Look at you. Does this make you happy, Russian bot? Did you see his comment? This is a slide.
Yeah.
This makes me happy because I can copy it all down and not get glaucoma.
Yeah, and you don't have 37 slides put into one because, I can't produce 144 pages. Well, I just copy paste 5 of them into one slide and no one understands what it is. This is really, really easy to read.
At
I like it's very
12:31:43.
basic.
And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert
I'm sorry
opinion,
to hear that,
which of those two numbers
Amanda.
is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12/31/38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12/32/09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports, yes, the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
I think you have a man you have a science crush. It's
Did
okay.
all of the
It's a math
information that's on
crush.
this slide come from
He's
the
talking
same
your language.
source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively,
Okay.
from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah. So this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about. And this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus. But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis?
It's really hard to because normally we'll stop and comment, but you're just sitting here listening because you're understanding. You don't have to say, Jamie, why, who, where, what. It just flows.
Yeah, I'm
he's
getting a lot of
explaining. I'm
notes.
forgetting. Yeah,
I
understanding.
know everything is making sense now. I understand kind of the logic they were using when Burgess and Shannon were talking. I didn't know if they were measuring from the trigger point, from the start of the event, or from the end of the event. And now that he's said, okay, they were going from the end of the event, it's making more sense.
2 + 2 = potato.
I love it.
I think someone said what culture has that on their merch store.
Stingy said that.
Stingy, yes, thank you.
Both ways.
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7.
Thank you for the consideration, but you don't need to send a page chat anywhere. I'm just glad you're here. Hit the like, everyone.
What are we looking at?
I actually have 30 people on Rumble today. That's a high number for
Really?
me.
McGee, that is awesome.
Wow.
This
Welcome,
is
Rumblers.
an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's
I think my highest
original
is
report.
36.
We can get
His
that.
page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of the slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask it to.
What in your
Man, I imagine you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're
Wait.
right today.
It's because I'm typing a lot. I'm typing a lot in the background, so you don't hear the clickety clack. I'm just saying thank you, Vince Clotho, for gifting 5 memberships. Erica Thorpe, Farley, Forever Not Me, Laurie Wallace, and Camber for Life 22. Welcome. A few of you have been here before.
opinion would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the aperture.
It makes me happy when you're happy, Baker. Don't let Val get you down. I hear it's nothing but trouble over in his chat anyway. First, Jamie was yelling at me all day yesterday, and then Val starts today. Val actually said, after he pressured me to not rent a car, I'm not going to pick you up at the airport. You can walk to where you stay.
I never said anything like that.
Jamie is my witness.
He did. He said, I'm leaving you. You're going to figure out a way to get there.
Jamie, I had your back when mommy and daddy were fighting. How dare you?
And for real ferals,
You
Mr.
did. You
Mo
said,
is taking them
we'll
out in
figure it
nature,
out.
so it will be quiet.
And this guy isn't Arca. No, he has a different company.
Delta V, I
compared
believe.
the vehicle
Delta V.
to its phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor.
Vince Clortho gifted 5 Valhalla Waits memberships. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. And welcome to the Goat Herd, y'all. Livid Pigeon Gem, Keely Burke, the expert, and Caroline B. Welcome aboard, y'all. Thank you so much, Vince. Appreciate you.
Anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, Those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So in this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it. And he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in the slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible.
And see, this is exactly the same way I have it. Normally, we will break every 5-10 minutes because we can get hit with the, oh, you're just restreaming. But this guy is super interesting, and it is super easy to understand. You're not sitting here like you did with Dr. Welcher, no, Dr. Shannon with at one end.
Not a doctor.
Pursuing.
Not a doctor. Not a doctor.
Hey, he pledged he would get the doctorate. For me, that's enough.
He would
He doesn't
to
even
get
have a
bachelorate
bachelor's degree.
Yeah, so his doctorate is pursued.
He's still working on it. Give him credit.
I pledged that I would get a doctorate as well. So I will now call myself Dr. Baker.
I am pledging to get a 6-pack someday.
Well, I'll probably get a 6-pack Monday if Valhalla picks me up.
Good point.
Oh, I'll be there.
Combinations, all of them, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table. And I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports.
Johnny Rep over on Rumble. Sorry, I can't pull them up. So Brennan doesn't object to the slideshow because he already moved to put it into evidence. The jury will have it for deliberations. Exactly. This is the report he mistakenly put into evidence.
Yes.
And thank you so much, Johnny Rep 84. I think you could see it in the chat on the screen, but I'm not 100% sure. But thank you so much, Johnny Rep.
There is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, Sean's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or?
What day did Hanky do that? Did he realize it? What was his and defense reaction? He put it in doing, I think it was Shannon's testimony, and Alessi said, no objections, Your Honor. Because she said, you want the full report in? And he said, yeah. And he said, no objections. Because he would have been fighting tooth and nail to try and get it in. So,
way to go, Brennan. Because I'm guessing this man's report is going to be clear and understandable versus the 400-page, Dune novel that was Dr. Judson Welcher's. Judson with 2 Ds.
Brendan, give us a tie report. We have been waiting for you to get out of bed.
Different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes.
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done 2 things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turns. Now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there's a range.
Look at that tie knot. Viagra cells going to 0. Stuff this in his thong, Jamie. Yeah, I told you, you told them you would like it.
I don't know why. Baker said what he said, and now everybody thinks I'm the one that said it. He said it.
Jamie, why do you put everything on me? You said, do you have electrolytes? Because tomorrow will be a moist o'clock day. And I said, Jamie, men don't get moist. And she said, well, you better take your blood pressure medicine because something will be throbbing. And I just said, ew, Jamie.
Christ. I woke up to that comment. I called somebody a moist maker. I was like, if I ever use that word describing somebody, take me out back and old yeller me, because I would never.
Can and will promise to do. I am your bestie, ride or die. I will even get out of my house.
No, the jury will have. They can bring in the reports and stuff like that. The problem is, last year they can't. You can't normally bring in an expert report because an expert report contains their opinions. You can bring in the photos from the autopsy, for instance. No problem in that. But you can't bring in the ME's report without it being redacted because the ME will write a potential fist to the face. But that's for the jury to determine. That's why it was such a what the F when he said, hey, I want the full report put in because his opinions are in that report as well. Jamie, try and keep both hands visible, please.
Jeez.
And Gigi, yes. That is friendship. I will people for Jamie.
Now, so prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and a line based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
Edie, fair point.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May?
Of course, they prepped this guy. It's their witness. But he's here to refute Dr. Welcher and Dr. Shannon. And so far, he's been on the stand for roughly an hour and a half. And it feels like he's been up there for 20 minutes. He's really easy to understand. Way better. Court TV's chat with 3,577 votes has Battle of the Expert with witness, do you believe more? Dr. Welcher, 8%. Matthew DeSorga, 83%. Neither 5%, both 3%. That's an expert that hits home.
2025 report, his new report.
I
Yes.
did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15.
Simultaneity.
Now, this is the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the 0s, the present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
I like that he breaks it down that way.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier. It's almost
Do
like
you have an
if
opinion
you have the facts
as to which
don't
of these
have to
particular
lie.
offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the tech stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen?
Ultimate, this is still a locking event that John's phone. Yes, even the Commonwealth's witness said he had to manipulate the button. It's not an auto lock. It's a button press.
Manual.
Yeah, him actually having to do it. Human contact.
Yes. I was meaning more the Oh.
After the texturing event.
I was thinking, but
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the texturing event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
hey, Tammy,
What
thank you
percentage
so
is
much.
3? Just do basic math for me.
Tammy.
What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you talk about for a second.
Everything is an objection. Please don't.
If I told you 3 out of 30 was 30 or 10%, would you believe me? Brennan, stop being an insufferable douche just because your experts suck all the sack.
following your analysis of the totality of the
Oh, sorry.
possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used.
Oh, sorry, Kelly Didi. I missed that you gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Now I can't see who got it, but I'm sure they are very appreciative. I am at least more appreciative than Valhalla for not picking me up at the airport.
John's phone
Fubar.
interaction being in the positive side versus
Congratulations, Fubar.
John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control
That's
module,
the
The
word.
ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed or the engine RPM or the accelerations of it.
Does the text stream data event indicate that there's and I'm talking about very specifically the text stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
You object to everything because it looks really bad for your experts. I object to the whole line of question.
Yeah, just because she hadn't got into a wreck the entire time she owned the car is not pertinent. She said in her interview she mortally wounded him and called him a butt monkey.
She said she went out and she tap danced on her face. And welcome to the moderation squad called the Mean Girls, to Anime Rompre. I don't know if it's a boy or girl. It's my second Rumble mod. Iris is the
Awesome
first one, but I don't
sauce.
think she's over there at all anytime. So behave on Rumble or anime is gonna treat you like a redheaded stepchild.
You should have said Pat danced on his floors with her shoes on. 'Cause you
Yeah,
remember
that would be
that's
worse
what-
than hitting him with a car. He really didn't like when you put on your
I know.
shoes in his house.
Brennan's going to end with that. And we know she knew he was gone because she wore shoes inside.
Rianne, it's going really well. He's a great expert. This is the type of expert you want. He's really easy to follow. The only problem is Brennan is constantly objecting because it's going really bad for the Commonwealth.
I can't wait till he gets on cross. I think the
Yeah,
jury's
I
going
can
to
imagine-
hate him on cross.
Yes.
I mean, he might be really good, but we'll see.
No, he's going to be
Jackson-
antagonistic. I bet I think he's going to be a little bit like AJ. AJ has the same tendency to lose his temper sometimes, and I think Brennan, because he's just going to, where in your calculations did you put in the factor? I hit him multiple times. Oh, you didn't do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
What about the
did you-
3-point turn? Oh, it's no honor. Jamie is your boss, so she's gonna run you harder than. I never told you the downsides.
I also think that Jackson does need to bring up the fact that they were paid. So Hank can't do, you were paid by the defense, X amount of dollars. And just ask him if you ever talked on Signal so he can't just bring it up like a giant douche canoe. Just get it out there before Brennan asks.
Yeah, and why did you do that? Well, it's really important to keep conversations private as an expert, but we delete it as soon as we're done because it's also very important that we protect our client's data. Objection, Your Honor. This is really, really bad for my case. Save me, Auntie Bev. Your only
Yeah,
hope.
he's going to go off about $13K when his people got, darn near $400K. So you're paid $14. So you're a hired gun. So you know exactly, you just did what they told you. No, sir, I took your witness's math and made it understandable. This man needs to have his own, Bill Nye the Science Guy thing because he can make math understandable.
Yeah. What, if any, amount of cars did you buy to prove your theory?
Oh my gosh, Aperture's now going to raise their thing because they have to go buy another Lexus and turn in a report tomorrow.
Well, that's the downside. Jamie runs HR in Baker Media, so and she's deadly with a chunkler.
She learned from Iris.
Keep it
Yeah, I
classy.
need Jamie to
That's all I
teach me.
say. Keep it classy and we'll be fine.
Keep it classy, keep it sassy, keep it. I really want to watch The Producers again. I can't remember if I thought it was a good movie or a bad movie.
Why
I
is
like the
the-
songs in it.
The Producers.
Why is the grieving
And
weirdo
now it's
next to Paul?
springtime for and Germany.
The
Winter
widow?
for Poland and
The
France.
grieving weirdo in the
Yeah.
white.
Yeah.
Honestly, her husband's like, wait, you're going to a guy's trial that you dated once 15 years ago?
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up. Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more.
Ooh, she looks
Ma'am.
nice.
She's figuring
checking
out
to
what.
watch more than a certain president at a certain recovery.
This lady kind of looks like that one from Ozark.
Oh, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I really hate that show.
What? Ozark is awesome.
I thought you liked that. No, it's
I'm not
Justified
curbing
you
in
like.
any way. We just
Yeah, I like
Understood.
Justified.
Right.
Oh, sure, you're not
It won't be
curbing.
very much longer.
I'm not curbing you at any
You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many?
Ozark was awesome.
The reason she's asking it because it's 11:18. Normally she takes a break at 11, so that's why she's asking. It's not to speed him up.
Trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
I love that show.
Not
Don't be
counting
stupid, be a smarty. Come and join the-
1162-2.
Let's stop
party.
there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
Good answer.
I watch it once a year, once every other year. It's such a great show.
And
I love
last
that.
question, do any of the
Well, I
tech
just
stream
bought
events,
the
or
seasons
any
of My
the
Name is
data
Earl, so Mr.
that you
Moen I could
review
watch it.
either
Nice.
yourself through Mr. Burgess's
Jamie
report,
Presley.
through
Big
Dr.
fan.
Welch's report,
Yeah, watching
any
food
of the
shows,
data
we're just getting too hungry.
indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Outstanding.
He should ask, if you hit a deer of the same size as John, would it register as a collision?
Yeah.
Crazy to me that it wouldn't. Like that hitting a grown
That's not
man
what it
I'm
wouldn't.
surprised that hitting John's traverse didn't do a trigger.
That's not what it does. It's not for that. It
Well,
doesn't
I know.
register that.
But wouldn't
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess. There's some things that we need to do with the jurors.
Contrary to the Commonwealth's assertion. Assertion?
assertion?
That was loud. So,
Can I see counsel at sidebar to save us some time, please?
so what do we think? I
Wait.
like this guy. I
Web
think he did a good. I didn't think he did well to poke holes in Dr. Burgess. I know it's going to be followed up a bit more, but I think
Stop calling him doctor.
he is
Knew you were
in
gonna say
pursuit
that.
of a doctorate. He is as much a doctor as Amber Heard has paid the money to the
He
children's
doesn't
hospital.
even have a
He
bachelor's
has
degree,
his
Baker.
doctorate from the same doctor, from the same school.
pledges.
Dr. X from the,
Remember?
X-Men has his degree in. I mean, what I do like about this,
Are
Witness-
you talking about Professor X?
yes, a fictional college made up in a comic book.
No, he.
I know in canon he has a real degree, but he is a fictional character. So while in canon he does have a real degree,
Well, in
now
Canton,
mom
he
and
doesn't
dad are going to
because
fight
he
again.
can't
well,
drive
mom
drunk.
and crazy aunt.
He can't drive, period. He doesn't have the use of his legs, Baker.
Well, he drives
You
around
can
in a
drive
wheelchair
without-
constantly.
With telepathy.
No, actually, and that's the stupid thing because he can use telepathy but he
my
still
God.
has an automatic wheelchair, which doesn't make sense. Why not just move the wheels with?
Why?
He's the strongest
Maybe he doesn't want to
telepath
overtax
on the
his mind.
planet.
He's like finding
Well,
mutants and doing calculus. He doesn't want to think like Ford.
But
Actually,
it'll
he's-
be
He has to focus to use his power, right? So why would he want to do that?
no.
Oh,
He's
has
not.
to
He
move his
doesn't need to
wheelchair
focus
around.
on. He's the strongest telekinetic mutant, except Jean Grey and Nova,
you
his twin sister.
I was going to say, Jean
He
Grey
should
is
be
a
able to
stronger
say-
telepath than him.
Move forward. Why does he need a
I mean,
wheelchair?
Is that how it works? He's move
Baker,
forward.
I would, but Professor X is much more, higher minded than us, and he wouldn't, use his telepathy to get the remote or something. He's
I'm just
too
saying-
busy.
You're gonna
He's
have.
saving his energy. He's saving his energy.
I don't. They're probably using. I don't know who is the tech savvy, but they have that stupid little elevator
Up
in
the
the house
stairs?
because I want to use my wheelchair. Can't you just telekinetic yourself upstairs?
Well, if he could
Telekinetic
telepathy
yourself.
himself, why doesn't he just fix his damn spine and tell his body that his spine isn't
Yeah.
broken? I mean, if we're just going to use all of his daggone powers, I just say, hey, spine, you're not broken. Oh, I can walk again. Thanks.
Yeah, telekinetic his spine to be fixed.
Show me,
I
Baker.
Yeah, I'll just do my poll. Is Jamie right? We have a data daddy. 46% says yes. 38% says shh. Let me enjoy this. And 14% says no. And T-Rex said, in my experience with Toyota and Lexus vehicle, the only thing that really registers a collision is the front end radar used for the front end collision mitigation system and adaptive cruise. Talk dirty to me, so I don't understand it. Thank you, T-Rex.
So-
I don't know.
What I do like about this witness is he's given respect to Dr. Welcher and Shannon Burgess, despite the fact that they're both stupid. He's like, oh, well, they are both actually, applicable. He didn't do all the math, but he's not being a douche.
Look at that fancy wheelchair, though.
Two things. One, my poll, does this guy do it for you? 60% said no, 40% said yes. But I will admit that was probably skewed in the beginning. After he started talking, the numbers started to even out. Number two, show me the manual control on this. Show me where the manual control is, Baker.
This is the one he gets after he's been abducted by the Kree Empire. I'm just saying because he's not having the levitating chair all the time. I don't think you can play enough Taylor Swift at the airport to make me happy again.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
And Nick says Welcher was
we
allowed
won't
to
because you're not
opine
showing up.
on the credibility of witnesses, but De Sogra was not allowed to calculate 3 out of 30. Yeah, well, look, Brennan was upset he could do the math in his head.
I mean, I'd object to math too, to be honest with you. Somebody starts throwing math questions out there, I'd be like,
I don't
objection!
know, this man is making me
What
like
does this
math.
mean?
I'm like, sir, can you teach me some math? And
At least mom and dad are fighting over important stuff. Yeah. F the witnesses. Professor X and his
Exactly.
means of transportation.
we need to have a pop culture show, Baker. I think we'd have fun.
Yeah, but the problem is, like everything else, when people say, hey, you want to join, talk about, and I'm always, yes. Can you do it at 3 a.m.? No.
Fair point. I want to see. Apparently,
First of
according
all-
to some chats, Brennan is going to destroy this witness. Ooh, should I get my pimp jacket on for destruction?
The first thing that ever needs to happen as a side project for Baker is a wrestling channel.
Oh, yes.
So a wrestling
I'd
channel.
learn wrestling.
Jesus. I'd watch it.
But I actually, most of my downtime when I'm sitting just here playing computer and thinking about crazy music videos I'm going to make, I'm listening to OSW, Old School Wrestling Podcast. If you, this will probably
wrestling.
This will probably hit less than 1% of my audience. But if you like old school wrestling and you want some people who break it down and make fun of it and go through the history, go subscribe to Old School Wrestling Podcast. The 3 Irish guys who make fun of.
Ooh,
They
cool.
go through old pay-per-views and then they do like the
I've heard them
NWO time
before.
in ECW, not ECW, in
WCW.
Huh.
WCW.
And I think I've heard him before, and if it's what I think it is, it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Do I watch 83 Weeks? No, I don't know what that is.
Shore Life Creations. Woo! I hit Mrs. Valhalla with one of those the other night. She wasn't paying any attention. She was just all quiet in the kitchen doing her thing, snuck up behind her. Woo! Scared the bejesus out of her. It was amazing.
Yes, we are on morning break, and Brennan is about to start his first cross. Which era of wrestling? They actually goes from, I think the earliest they cover is WrestleMania 2 or 3, and then they are up to some of the newer stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the golden era, I think.
Well, they
Hogan and
do
Andre the Giant.
they do the old stuff, and then they've done a big part of what was it called before the Attitude Era with
The
all
new
the
generation
gimmicks.
era.
Yeah,
The new
I
generation.
love that Bob Backlund, they called him Dog Ass because the way he runs around. They're fun. If
Bob
if you
Backlund was honestly one that I never understood. Like the little bitty guy. Like, what are you doing in there, Bob Backlund? You
What
shouldn't
in
be.
the-
You shouldn't be the
I
champion.
love it.
What the hell?
These are the
It's-
These are
characters
all the
from
guys.
the television advent calendar, all played by the same
Oh,
guy. This guy is his main. This is Stuart Stardust.
Swedish.
Well, he could be, but he's an old sailor, and now he's more of a carny, and
more of a carny.
yeah. Well, I can't say that because in Denmark you would say "Gøjler er Guds nåde," which means God gave you the ability to be a carny, kinda. But he's from his
We
shows.
need a
and-
phrase like that.
Yeah, and
Ability
he,
from God to be a
then
carny.
you have his son Danny, who is a drug addict who just got released from prison. You have Arne Nukagren, the one Citizen Dane uses as his profile picture, who is there to try and help Danny stay out of crime. Doesn't work that well, and he ends up banging Stuart's wife. And then we have Randy, who is also a drug addict, who spends a night with Danny where apparently she gets pregnant. And that's the twist and turns. Watch the show. It's great. It's a real Christmas story. Oh, and he has some Middle Eastern bad guys building something in his basement in his sausage wagon.
Oh,
Sausage wagon.
Jamie has been at a sausage wagon. She liked it.
It was a delicious sausage wagon.
did you
I
get a
went back
to
T-shirt?
that
Because I would need a T-shirt. Like I visited the sausage wagon.
Figure loved it because I ate my little thing, and then I was like, "Can I go get another one?" And I wasn't sure because I didn't know if he's because you
Everyone
do speak
speaks
English to him. So I was like, "Can I just say it?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, okay.
New mods, you think I done fell off cause of my knee and such? You're in for a rude surprise. I'm an enforcer, baby. Don't nothing go down in my house. It's 100% hot, baby. Sure, I check it for fuel sometimes. A few fools. Sometimes it's about intimidation. It's mind game. Get ready for the pain. Smerte. Smerte is pain in Danish. Thank you so much,
Oh.
Brandon. And maybe Jemima can do a dual mod of the year. So you only have to fight Valhalla on one of them, and then over on Rumble, my two mods, Irish and Anime, can fight over the last one. But thank you so very, very much. This will go to procure tickets for the midget wrestling that Valhalla is taking me to.
Speaking of
Really?
Iris, I found a rare clip of her in action.
Oh, can't wait.
No sound, mind you, no sound. Oh, I have sound.
Teach me. I want to learn, Iris.
The kid screams when the shoe hits her.
Can I please have a gold star for 10 minutes of my life? I wasted giving you $100. Well, I can't put a gold star on you, but you can get the sponsor.
20 minutes it took you? Why?
He had to look up Smerte.
Smerte.
Oh, yes.
Took forever. Pretty sure we also.
The current era of WWE started in 2016. These days, many performers that ended their contracts moved to AEW. TNA is dead, in my opinion. I don't like the new era. It's too flippy.
Haven't TNA still continued to be popular though? I mean,
It never was popular, but you can. I have
Baker, I'm talking about a different TNA. I said it continues to be popular.
Yeah, you gotta say it, TNA.
Baker, the
Big
British
fan of
Airways
TNA.
actually
Big
go on
fan.
strike. I'll find out Monday. I haven't had any updates since last Monday, so hopefully there will be no strike. And it's not the British Airways; it's the Finnish Union for airport workers. So, damn you. I don't know what names they have in Finland. If it was Sweden, I would say Karlsson. Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins owns TNA. Did he buy TNA? I thought he bought something else.
That's interesting.
Well, smerte isn't a word we don't like. That's fine. TNA is getting the WWE assistant right now. I saw a clip from, was it the Royal Rumble or where they brought in some of these TNA and they had a TNA female champion. Oh my God. Not that TNA Mo. Relax.
I know, but I can't hear it any other way. That's the problem.
I know, right?
But I'll just have to say, just like the men when they are on their cycle, they take estrogen blockers. Girls, if you're gonna do gear, you have to cut down on the testosterone. She has a jaw that would make Dr. Wolf cry.
Ooh, so she looks like a young female Janet Reno.
Why do you keep making people doctors? It's Mr. Wolf. Stop it. Stop it.
Because I'm pursuing giving a lot of doctorates out.
Baker's the man that gives you the fake certificate of your doctoration.
She is so roided up. It's like watching Jinder Mahal when he came back and you could just read the topographic map of the Alps on his back.
Oh, so she looks
so
like
nasty
the
when
Liver King,
they do too much.
who is totally natural except for all those roids.
China's jaw wasn't even that bad.
She was just jacked.
Yeah. She was roided, but she was.
Yeah, I mean,
well.
Let me see if I can find some of her pictures. When she came in, she was kind of like, she had a little meat on her. And then she, at some point, I think she got injured. And then she hit up her, well, she went on a few cycles and it wasn't her natural cycle. Let's just say that.
Natural cycle.
That's her period, Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie, have you ever heard of one of those?
You want to tell me about that?
Oh. See, here's the problem
like,
with ladies
that's
like
just
this.
not my thing. It does that doesn't look good.
Here's my problem. In 2025, she's not going to be allowed to go to the bathroom in North Carolina.
This is where she came from.
See, I think she looks nice there.
She's a beautiful lady, and
yeah, and that's better looking.
But it's so horrible.
It's just. Do you remember when they have a video clip of a male gymnast who, I think in the 70s, he put his hair in pigtails and he did a balance beam routine? That's what it looks
in the
like.
80s, yes.
Or,
I think he did some warm-up show in the 84 Olympics in Los Angeles.
He was like the opening act for a bunch of gymnastic events. It was like a comedy routine. It was funny.
Yeah. Or Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura when he had the little pigtails.
No, I'm not into muscle chicks. Well, I don't mind if they have what's I would call a toned body, but Daddy's a big guy. I need some meat on the bone. I'm just saying, if Dr. Wolf didn't paint himself blue like the Blue Man Group is, and I don't want or Pixar. What are you using text to speak? I can't decipher this.
I'm just saying, if Dr. Wolf didn't paint himself blue like the Blue Man Group, is it? I don't want it in pics or T-Rex. I get what he's saying. He's like, I think
Pixar
he better paint himself blue. Let's go with that one.
Do you want pics or it didn't happen? Is that what you're trying to say?
He wants pictures. He's constantly.
Or it didn't happen? Okay.
Yeah. But I don't like these. We have a lady who was at the gym I'm back at now, and then at the old gym. And then she started pursuing bodybuilding, and it's just so unnatural looking because she's a petite woman as well. And if you're a big fat guy like me, I couldn't slim down to be a good bodybuilder because I have way too big hips. So my hips to shoulder ratio doesn't look right. But it's the same with a skinny girl. If she packs on all that muscle and have a slight frame, it just looks weird. And she got on her cycle so bad. She was so filled with pimples. It's nasty as all heck. Please train. Please do all your exercises and all of that. But stay off the gear. You won't get a better life. And the body dysmorphia will kill you.
Yeah. I mean, I like the thick look, I think. But it has to be like there's a line, and that was a little too much.
Is she currently pursuing bodybuilding? I think she pursued her. Oh, I can't remember her name. Jodine Grace. I hope she got back to a more natural state because that's not as bad. But the problem is when you have done so much gear that you changed your bone structure in your face. I don't know if you can ever get back to.
If she has hormonal jaw changes, I don't know.
I don't know. It's better, but the face is too effed up.
The face looks very swollen. Was she hit in the face during the match?
No, it's the roids. It'll make your jaw really big as a woman.
Oh.
Because women have, where men have a wider jaw.
I just didn't want to assume that she hadn't because it's wrestling, so I didn't know if maybe she got a uppercut or a flying suplex or whatever the hell you call things.
And traps like that is normally an indication that you're doing a little bit of gear.
I have what in the bra is going on here?
What part of it?
So she has, again, a more masculine physique now. So it definitely looks like a dude wearing a bra. It doesn't. You usually have frontular action, not flat pancakeular action. It's just not a.
Well, normally
it looks like it was there to flatten her boobs when if you look more masculine, you should accentuate them.
The problem is she doesn't have much to work with, and she hasn't done the fake stuff like the rest of the female.
Good.
So and that's fine by me. But normally they have a female champion called Liv Morgan, and she's very petite as well, and she's probably a small B cup. And let me say that bra is pulling its weight. She must have a centimeter deep incisions in her shirt because it's just.
I like Liv Morgan.
Yeah, but her push-up bar is doing all the work. Just call me MLS with my non-proofread my voice to text messages. I will MLS Rex.
We broke it down. We tried to break it down.
We were.
What you were saying.
Yeah.
We were analyzing and putting the Tokyo time drift on it, and we will get back to you after Aperture has looked at it and give us a range of things that you're saying.
+5, -5, you know.
Oh, yeah, her roid belly, that kind of looks like a one-pack. It's kind of like the Scott Steiner roid belly, or we should have a wrestling podcast.
Just don't do roids.
Yeah, you could be teaching me stuff.
Especially women.
I would give who is this? And you'd be able to explain it to me.
We're talking female wrestlers on gear. No, but let's get back to what people are here for. Because, oh my God, we lost a lot of viewers after we started our wrestling talk. No, it's not that bad.
So I guess the thing that we're now waiting for, like we've been waiting for most of this trial, is cross to see how it works.
I want to see what Brennan has to say. I want to see his style. I want to see if he gets
Yeah.
aggressive or if he's like Mr. Nice Guy.
I
I'm curious.
will say he was incredibly mellow for him for the judgment prior. He didn't get loud. He didn't say, "They are making things up. This is an ambush." He just kind of said what he said. So maybe he's working on being calmer along with distributing that just for men a little better because you are streaky, sir.
And Brandon says, I will take at least 5 toes in Minecraft from everyone who works and is tangentially associated with YouTube. So he's fighting with all the words he's trying to put in there again.
Doggone it, Brandon. I like your stuff. I wish they'd let it go through. We wouldn't be able to read it, but we put it on.
Who flagged his account?
What?
What?
Oh, hell no.
That's
We
nope.
will not stand for this.
Who did you go to? Did you do a Valhalla and go to some of the troll? Go and troll someone yesterday? It happens.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I didn't troll anybody. I just asked a couple questions.
Just asking questions.
That's all. What did you
I'm just
do?
out here asking questions.
That's all I did. I
What-
just asked a couple
What questions did you ask? Okay, the turtle boy.
I don't know.
Listen,
Some,
turtle.
like how can you be this retarded? Like that kind of stuff.
I don't know, Jamie, but the face
You
he
should-
made
yes,
was
You're pulling the turtle boy now. This is asking questions. How are you? Are you retarded?
Jamie.
Are
I
you
swear to
literally-
goodness, the face he was making, I wanted to put him in the corner because it was the exact face youngest most feral makes before doing anything bad or whilst doing anything bad. So I was like, Valhalla, I have to get off of here because I want to yell at you and put you in the corner.
I know Liv Morgan is crazy because the D wants what the D wants.
I'll agree with that statement.
I mean,
I
truth.
think isn't she shacked up with a wrestler?
I know the storyline.
She has a farm. You would like her.
I know the
Wait,
storyline that she's involved in has got something to do with Mysterio.
The
Mysterio.
dudish looking one?
No. Liv Morgan. She's hot. Oh, I'll get her.
Thank you.
I got you.
Well, Brandon, isn't that quite easy?
This one will work.
Oh. Shut up, Lefty. Baker started all this. I didn't even know who this guy is. He started this whole moist maker epidemic.
Oh Jesus! What happened? Why am I?
I just have to pre-look and see if it's because some of hers is a little bit raunchy.
No, this one's good.
Yeah,
Liv Morgan.
that's from when she did her Joker.
The Harley
Oh,
Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
She was doing the Harley Quinn character for a little while.
Okay,
Oh.
she is hot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Girl.
Then she went into this thing where Dom Mysterio was with the giant Australian chick, Rhea Ripley, and then Liv Morgan was trying to get in the middle there, and then eventually did. And I don't know where the storyline is. I don't really follow it anymore.
I don't
So,
talking.
Go ahead, Baker.
I'm not a big fan of that Rhea Ripley character. I don't know. But I
Have
never
you
liked
seen
that.
pictures of her when like she first got into wrestling? How vastly different she looked.
Yes. Yes.
Unbelievable.
She was the sweet girl next door, blonde.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Anyone who don't know, Marissa will be sailing the ship next week. Some of the time alone, some of the time with some of us. I have had her promise me Jamie won't be allowed to take over and do. Can we just stop court and talk about feelings like she did last year? It will still be court focused.
Sometimes.
I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of feelings. So
No, Liv Morgan isn't her real name because you can't copyright her name, and that's why WWE will give you a new name so they can copyright the name and the merch.
We should make up wrestling names.
Well, I have a wrestling name. I'm Baker. You're Mo. Valhalla isn't called Valhalla either. The only one who doesn't have one is Jamie. We all have a nom de guerre.
Or so we
Well,
think.
yeah, we have
Maybe
our
her
nom de
real
guerre
name is
for you
Christina.
two.
Christina?
Aguilera. It's just where I went.
I know.
It's just where I went.
Her name is
Beth.
Giona something. She's a New Jersey girl, and her dad was the one who was, or was that or the other one who looks kind of like her, who just had a kid with the guy from the boy band.
Do what now?
Alexa Bliss. One of them has a dad who was a former wrestler. No, maybe that's Carmella. I haven't watched wrestling in a long time.
There's a Hart kid. There's a Flair kid. Charlotte Flair.
Well, you can't call the hot kid a hot kid because I think Natalia is like 40 or something.
Still a Hart kid. Charlotte Flair ain't either.
Is it my do I need to restart my stream or is Valhalla
I think
glitching
your
again?
Your
I just
mic
think
is,
he gets away from
Are
his
you
mic and it does.
yeah.
Pretty close. Pretty
Okay.
close to the mic.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're fine, and then sometimes you just like it's like
It just
you're
goes
70 feet away.
I think it's your internet.
It might be.
It was
I'm
the
running
goats.
like 3 streams right now.
Yeah. I love the goat streams.
Baker has
I'm
lost
pretty
2
big.
viewers as he continues to talk about wrestling. Well, again, I have to fill a lot of time, and I don't know what
Well,
else
I
we could
know-
talk about
yeah.
because it's not like we have a lot to discuss. This guy gave it to us on a silver platter. It was easy to understand. They didn't do the correct analysis of the data. They just took what they needed and clipped it, and they were way off. Their clock correction should have been 3 seconds, not 21 to 29 seconds. That's his testimony, and it's really hard to
Well,
sit and
yeah.
spin a yarn over that because you can't yell at him because he wasn't bad. Can't really yell at AJ because the questions he did was pretty good. In the beginning, they just had to feel each other out and figure out how to ask the questions. Brennan was a cockwomble, but hey, we know he's going to be like that. What we are really looking forward to now is how is Brennan going to handle it on Cross, and I think he's going to be bad.
I mean, it's gonna depend on the witness too and how he handles it himself. Because if he's like Dr. Wolf, who's Dr. Wolf and Dr. Wrenchler to me are just the most cool and collected guys ever, even when Brennan's screaming at bloody murder.
Yeah, and I think that's going to look at a difference because I'm guessing this expert on Cross isn't going to be, well, you call the text stream a text stream, but it's actually an infotainment center
Yeah.
3000 XQ.
As long as I feel like if he can keep his cool and just answer his questions and not try to fight and just correct him if he has to correct him, or, AJ will come up there and let him elaborate, then I think he's going to win the day.
Pimpinella, you're what is called tiny. I actually work out with a girl, or goes to the gym with a girl roughly your size. Well, she's a little, I think she fluctuates a bit in weight, but that's not a lot of woman. That's like 5'2", I think, and 120 pounds. That's not a lot.
Hashtag goals.
I could.
What did
Well,
you say?
I don't think
Did
you
you say 120 pounds?
Yeah, 60 kilos. That's 120 pounds.
Yeah, one of my thighs. Jesus.
I was about to say, I
Wish.
remember that day in 7th grade.
I can free weight bench press more than she weighs.
Oh,
So that's pretty good.
good for her.
Mr. Mo set up a bench and stuff for me to start, but when you start back to lifting and you want to go back to what you used to lift, and now
Yeah.
I'm going to be with the bar, I'm just like, I just lifted the bar. Jason JJJ for $5 said, "What advice did Nixon give Clinton?" He said, "Don't be a tricky dick, be a slick Willie." Apropos.
There you go.
I love that picture of women out supporting Nixon. We want
Richards.
Richard. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's a thing that has, down through the ages.
Most does, yes. But no, I get flashbacks to Dr. Russell and Dr. Wolf when he was interviewing them, and I don't think he can. Again, he's not a defense lawyer. Now he has to go up there, and if he just do the screamy scream, he's not a defense lawyer now. He's the state. So if he goes up and do the screamy scream, I think the jury will dislike him. I know he's there to run interference, but I don't think it's a good look if he starts yelling at people.
Yeah.
No, 120 pounds isn't a lot. That's 60 kilos.
No, it's just, that's pretty small considering.
Is this break so long because Brennan is trying to get off the phone with his expert after telling him what to add to his report? Well, they did change the report after this guy looked at their report and said, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
I have some hand weights in a drawer that I can start using. Granted, knitting can be quite the workout, especially when working with thick yarns, and it's good for the good old forearms, which is one of the harder muscles to. That's the same.
I know Mr. Mo has one of those thingamabobbers.
One of those.
Those things that you squeeze.
Well, no, it's like a curl thing. It has like a counterbalance here.
Oh yeah, where you have it on. Yeah, I use.
I always asked him, "Don't you get enough workout already?"
Yeah, but you need to do it on all axes on the wrist.
Oh well, wouldn't you just call that a different date?
We get our rhythm going, and we know what we like.
Fair point.
No, not a shake weight. You can get kind of a contraption that you put on your underarm, and then you just sit and do the pull downs. It's you can do it with if you have a cable station as well. You can just plug it and sit and hold and just do forearm curls if you keep your.
Do these?
Yeah, but it's really good for that.
Well,
give you a
not
beefy
showing
forearm.
what a shake weight is.
And a lot of guys, kind of like when you don't train legs and you don't train forearms, I know you want to show the girls your six-pack. You can only do that at the beach. If you walk around in the city, you can show them forearms and calves all the time. Work them.
I'm telling you, girls, ladies, when a man rolls up his sleeves and he's got a real nice forearm, I'm just saying, that's kind of smexy.
Baker shows girls his
next
kick.
Is turn on true crime and the closed captions and sold.
You can open carry sealed beer bottles.
Let's go. Not the drama teacher.
That's Justin Trudeau, former head of Canada.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. Cynthia said, "Will Brennan let Lally do any cross?" Hell no. That man is going to do it all himself.
That's the funny thing. Did I read that one? No. Some idiot today was. Did you notice that Lally is doing? Alessi is doing all the talking. Yeah, this is one. K. Marie, apparently an absolute douche canoe. Does FKR question at all why Jackson, Yannetti, and Little are doing essentially nothing this trial? It's so different from the last trial. Do they even ask why? K. Marie, I know you're on the other side, which means you're right in the back of the short bus. This is a new trial. It's 22 days. Well, this is 23 days, 4 days in. And funny enough, if you had seen every day, you would see that even Miss Little have asked questions. I don't think she even did that in the last trial. They have different roles. Miss Little is there to be 100% up on, I need this piece of paper right
Yeah.
now, because
To
that's
keep
her
things
forte.
flowing.
Yeah, and AJ is here to do this because he's a good communicator with the witnesses, the expert, and I think he's good to get a connection with the jury. Alessi is there to beat up other experts when you need to fight them on knowledge, and then you have Yannetti. He's more of the big picture guy. That's
Well,
kind of
and
how I see the.
we noticed the visceral antagonization that Bev and Lally had for Yannetti. So Yannetti taking more of a supervisory role this time doesn't shock me. And I think Miss Little is also there to anticipate any reports that she
Yeah.
might need to pull. And
Yeah,
Legendary
you
Racing,
know she's there. If they mention something, she can dig it. She has it, give it to him instantly, so there's no surprises. And I think her and Alessi has been doing a great job.
yes.
Most
What a
first love
terrible
was the
take.
brawny paper towel man. I don't know what that is.
Close second, my first love was Alex Trebek.
Mr. Clean. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
What a terrible take that was. Like the Commonwealth's case is remotely similar to the first time around either. What a dumb take.
Well, not to
Lally have
mention-
had three witnesses he questioned, and Lord McLaughlin has had zero. So, are you questioning that at all, aunties? Are you questioning?
Well,
Stupid.
also
Yeah.
different lawyers have different functions. You have in the
Kelly
stacks people who are
Kapowski.
really good with research. You have the people that are very good at interrogation and talking. So people are dumb. Why do people have to be so dumb on a Friday?
Well, they're dumb every day.
Well, I know,
It
but
ain't just
especially
Friday.
dumb on Friday.
We are
let's
now
go on.
on break for almost 40 minutes.
She's doing something with the lawyers. They must be arguing. Like Brennan's like, I get to put every one of Aperture's reports in too now.
And
Aiden's
Kelly,
report? I didn't see him.
I haven't seen him either, but I would say this is what we have seen from everyone who is not John DePetro. The jury seems very engaged and very note-taking, but again, to infer anything from it will be a mistake because we don't know. Are they taking notes? Oh my God, this is so crazy. Or, oh my God, this is so great. That's always the problem because an engaged jury, we would think, oh, they really want to find the answer. Last time we heard the jury was very much against Lally and laughing at him, and still they wanted to find her guilty. So
I think
I like an engaged jury, but I don't want to say what it means.
I think
Yeah.
it's unfair to compare this jury to that jury. I think especially after hearing Ronnie's interpretation of the events unfolding in the jury room, I don't think most juries are that ridiculous. I hope not.
Well, I've seen a lot of cases. The lady lawyer, sorry, I don't remember her name, is also there for motion practice. She's very
Eliza
good at
Little.
drafting very well argued motions. It could be Eliza Little from the defense, or it's
Miss McLaughlin.
Kelly Larry McLaughlin. I can't remember McLaughlin's first name, but I don't know why she's there. Maybe to make sure the table doesn't tip over.
I don't know. The state's appellate attorney that reminds me of Pee Wee Herman just creeps me out.
Baker, don't you question why the sun sits there all day and does nothing? It must be useless. Stacey LeBruno, when you say it like that. I'm just trying to get out of jail pup, the giddy, and brighten up the world. Who is going to dress up as Santa and give out Portuguese snowblowers? Brendan,
I kind of want to look that up and kind of don't want to look that up.
I every time I say I'm not going to go on Urban Dictionary, every time I go on Urban Dictionary,
You regret
think-
it every time.
Brendan, do you burn every computer you have because they must?
He's got triple
Burn.
VPNs. He's got VPN from Surfshark, other places and other places. I can't remember.
Nord. Mention Nord.
Nord.
They sponsor a lot of YouTubers.
That's
Yeah,
true.
but I'm working Raid Shadow Legend. We'd be awesome. Give us a clan. I will attempt to play a video game. It will be hilarious.
I wonder if Clash of Clan does sponsorships. That'd be dope.
Clash of Clans used to do it, but they don't do. It's referral, so you have to have X amount referred, and it's one of those. You really need to read what is put in tiny letters.
It's a fun game. I like playing it.
I haven't played it in a million years.
It got better recently. They took away all the training times, so now it's a much faster paced game.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. DeSoga, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the
Just get a
microphone, that would be
script,
great.
y'all.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now we can take a bio break.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022, or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
He didn't say that.
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you
can.
meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before.
So he included
No.
the double negative again.
You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
Doesn't that negate what his people were saying? Like, I don't know.
The
Am
only
I wrong?
acceleration trigger
They alluded
That I'm
to it. They
aware
didn't
of
exactly
on
claim
text
that a
stream
collision caused it.
is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on
Thank you,
its
Sebastian.
own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
You know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30% in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking
That's
you,
not what
I'm
he said.
allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers.
You
in
dick, you answered
there's a
that.
number
You
of
asked that
ways
really badly.
that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle.
Because he doesn't
That-
understand the question
yeah.
himself.
What is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? You know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event. You know.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down
He
to this
wasn't
percentage
asked
point.
to
No.
discover this Lexus and its parameters.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound
This
person,
wasn't-
wouldn't it?
This is beyond scope.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the
You're
case.
saying it would meet that,
Would not.
would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
It's fine. Let him say it's a side swipe so that ARCA people can come in and tell you how stupid that sounds.
When
Yeah, and he's not
you
arguing
are
with him. He's just asking back
discussing
questions.
the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text
Agreed,
stream,
Marissa.
correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
He didn't say it did.
No, it does not.
So she killed him an hour before, but we just randomly took these 10 seconds because we wanted to talk about them. Is that what he's trying to imply, that
This is
it
what the
actually
event was.
didn't happen at
What he's trying to imply is that this data is cool and nifty, but we're suggesting that the impact was after this. So even if you found time differentiations here, it still didn't, you're just looking at the 10 seconds. You can't say anything about when she hit him right after that, is basically what they're trying to say in my read of it.
But didn't we spend 2.5 days looking at? Pull up my slides. Can you pull up my slides? I can show you. Pull up my slides. And he was talking about that was the 10-second time frame where he must have hit him. She must have hit him.
Well, he said he couldn't say when in the time period he got hit or even after, but I'm so confused.
Yeah, but his
Brennan
entire
confuses
argument
me.
was this was when it happened, and now he's saying no, it didn't happen there.
He's
This is
a
stupid.
jackass.
This is De Sobra, Heather. He's here to invalidate essentially the Aperture reports. He took both the Aperture reports, studied them, and then told us why they're all stupid.
So what I'm gathering is Brennan's argument is the data is actually irrelevant, but I'm just saying he got hit by the car. Believe me, it couldn't have happened after the data. I don't know. Yeah, it's we know she killed him, but we just don't know anything about or how or when, or it's just we just spent 2 days showing you data that's not relevant to the case.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Rest here. No more questions.
Do you
douche.
know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No,
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
You got him, Brennan.
I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could.
Oh God, we're getting the signal questions.
You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction. It was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
So he's trying to
And that's something
invalidate the fact
you
that he
are
can talk about
well
text
skilled
string?
in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
Yes, that's why they're different
In general?
subspecialties, you
Yes.
moron.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of
You
your
mean he didn't
continuing
lie on his
education, and
resume?
you have a vast
How
amount,
is he an expert?
have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Well, it's because didn't Burgess?
Have you
all
ever
that?
taken any class or
Yeah,
study
he went to the,
about
tech
variances
bar class.
between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile
Shut up,
forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
Did you claim to have a
In this
six-pack?
case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess.
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically?
I was eating jelly beans. Look at what he's doing. He's saying yes and no. So Hank can't get to. So you're saying that you actually don't know it? It's just yes, no, yes, no. And again, this guy isn't here to do a download on your iPhone. He's here to talk about the EDR. So
And
he
EDR
gets him
is
to
a
say no a
subspecial-
lot, but he could also ask him, are you a trained meteorologist? Do you read hands? Do you know Madame Chloe? It's
Can you read my tarot cards?
EDR is a subspecialty of the tech and data infotainment, sort of forensics. So it's like having a neurosurgeon could work in the ER because they understand everything, but they have subspecialized in the brain. So yes, they could diagnose a broken leg, but they have subspecialized. That's how I look at it.
Later, see you, Winterstorm.
And T-Rex, I know we don't like him, but I actually think Hank is a decent lawyer. He's just been given a garbage case. No,
I
have to highly disagree with you. He accepted 30 silver coins to do this case. He sold his
A
soul.
lot more than 30. It was a whole lot more than 30.
Well, inflation.
He's also
he
just
wanted
unethical.
to prosecute
He's not.
this case.
He's unethical AF. I don't. I would never put him in a category of a good lawyer ever.
Oh,
Or
I
decent
should not
even.
have put that up. It's more than not liking. He knows she's not guilty, but still willing to put her in jail for money. Yeah, that's what I see as well.
You're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
He's not there for that. He was there to look
Did
at
you
the
ever do
reports
any
that your guys
actual
made.
testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
Yeah, that's because you have an
You
expert that
jackass.
writes a report that he can reply to using science. It's an established field. Yeah, first part was irrelevant, but there was a lot of bad words in the end.
It's established. You can have someone opine on someone else's findings. You're just here to be mean to my expert.
Stacy LaBruno, Mr. DeSorca, do you think Lexus can launch into space? No, he's going to say, Mr. DeSorca, have you ever personally driven a Lexus into space? Are you even qualified?
Yeah.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who?
Good
Who
answer.
asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case,
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
Why should he?
Why?
That's an idiot.
Did you ever speak
As
to
an
me?
expert,
Why?
when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give
You can block whatever mod you want. Better to block them than cry over it, because I'm not going to kick them off.
an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
Correct.
report by Dr. Welcher,
Also correct.
reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports? You were asked to consider
He's not
information
a
from Mr.
mobile
Whiffin's report.
phone expert.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction
Click or
on John
pause.
O'Keefe's cell phone was 12:32.
The Jessica Hyde and the Ian Whiffen were more to debunk that Jen McCabe did anything. They did very little as far as, well, at least Jessica Hyde did very little as far as the location of John. He was not asked to do any of this bullshit. This is so irritating. Sorry.
Well, he wants
I'm
to
gonna take
try
a deep
to
That was
breath.
pile it
stated
up and make
in
it
Dr.
seem
Welcher's
like
report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the
Yeah, who
extent of
does
my
that?
work beyond
It's
building
the stupidest
PowerPoint
thing I've ever
was just
heard.
basic
An
addition,
expert
just adding numbers
just
together
doing
that
work
already
without
existed
being asked to.
in the Aperture reports. So there
Yeah.
wasn't a tremendous
exactly.
amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator
in the name
for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were
fingers
generated
and
in
toes.
Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No,
I
You
wasn't
had
asked.
provided an initial PowerPoint,
yes,
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
yes,
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
that's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes,
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
They had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Don't be shy. Get
You
the
ass.
here, man.
Yeah, the way he says things.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
You know what was provided to the Commonwealth that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr.
It was Monday. It was Veterans Day or Memorial Day.
Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked you?
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
He said, please ask on the 25th.
we had a
Earl
phone
the
call
janitor
on the
asked me to do
25th
it.
and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Because your expert waited and redid
He's like,
it.
did you
When
use a
first got involved in this
Casio?
case, it was last fall.
25th was Sunday.
Correct.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past?
You're muted, Baker.
I'm just saying Lucky can't be in court. He's a potential witness and is sequestered. Mr. Brennan, I don't need 5 computers to testify. I don't work for free, and this may shock you, but we have more than one client. Yeah. This is what AJ needs to get up and make him say.
Download the search access materials.
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's strict.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips, and then
No, but you had a misspelling, Brandon.
immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read, because I don't want to try to align your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components.
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it actually, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
No, he's
However, an
not.
acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained?
Why is he walking away from the microphone? And there was no important data because we know that. Your guy
There was
testified
nothing
there
on
was
it.
no new data.
There was nothing on it.
Yeah.
He's floundering.
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log line information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information
Yes.
in an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
On an accident reconstruction.
He wasn't part of an.
Sorry. So can you restate it? The whole question?
I'll
Yeah.
ask it again.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, the data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time is critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions, in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and time that you can match with the texturing data, correct?
Yes, it does.
You know, texturing data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like
That's
a stopwatch.
Correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process, anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right. The only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, someone knew what to look for or a creative, they could be
Who
fine.
said released into the wild? I
Yes,
love it.
more so to your creative, because I don't
Trying
think
to say
anyone would have
Burgess is
been
a
able to have the
hero.
foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with
Go
him.
for
Yes,
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
he actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you?
So you just had a very likable witness testified that your witness lied to him about what they were going to do when they made their agreement that this is what we're going to look for. And when they arrived, he started looking for something else. Oh, AJ, you better ask about that because he opened the door for all of that.
Yeah.
Were you impressed? He said. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't
No one's
trust
impressed
this
by
guy.
Shannon Burgess. Please.
I don't trust this guy. His answers are
Not
too
even
easy
his
to
wife's
understand. As the
boyfriend.
Commonwealth expert showed us, you need more words and you have to argue with every question on cross. Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you have any input? Did you
And by the way, if any of you want to ride Hanky Panky, be nice to him. He has no friends, and he was just hoping this guy would be his friend.
have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watch Mr.
feel like
Burgess remove
Brennan's
the
one of those
SD card,
guys
did you
that has,
appreciate
like,
he'd have to engage in what
prisoner
you call
pen
reverse
pals.
engineering?
He
And not
It's
like
an
the women.
did
SD
not
card.
elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not he said to you, but in your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance and importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sitting in plain sight.
Did it ever dawn on you as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind that there was something important and significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Oh, you.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
Oh, shut up.
Can't you object to that? Because he's using one witness to testify about another witness' skills.
Yeah, AJ.
So AJ can't
Object.
go up there and say, you were laughing your ass off because he was so bad at his job, right? When you saw his report, you were losing your mind over how stupid it was.
This is why
Well,
I
he's
can't be
there
a juror.
to-
I laugh loudly.
He's trying
there
to
to
be
rebut.
nice.
He's there to rebut the aperture stuff, right? So I think he technically can.
No,
Like,
you
that's
can't
his whole
testify
purpose.
to another expert's trust. You can only talk about his filings and his expertise. You can't sit there and say, "Well, I was really impressed the way he held a soldering
Yeah,
gun when
this
he
is-
ruined."
This is character
tip-off.
evidence, but I don't think
This is so stupid.
this is so
Yeah.
dumb. He's like,
Like,
"But
I'm so
Burgess
mad
is
he
my
didn't write a
friend."
report about Shannon Burgess, how great he is. How
Why
impressed
Why
he
is
was
everyone
by
in this
Shannon
freaking court case allergic to microphones? My poor yes, yeah. And I have to sit
Hey,
here and switch
hey.
on and off, and then he goes back and it makes noise as yeah.
Can we see how
He ended
X
up with a
is
successful
reacting to these questions? Because the pro or
They,
anti
nothing interesting. It's just
Oh, really?
our side is
He's
saying
doing
what the
great.
hell, and the other side is saying, oh, he's great.
position
It's
of the
nothing
card
new.
at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you?
He's
Did you
just
consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinion,
looking at the report.
did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of
I
possibilities.
understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific.
This is retarded, irrelevant, juvenile chicanery. It's also Friday, so I'm getting a beer. Well, hopefully it's a
doggone
half
it,
day, so I
Brendan.
can get a beer soon too, because I
Not
need
a
my
half day,
refractory
yeah. Wanting a half
cigarette
day.
in a minute.
Me too.
No,
Opinions and how
guys,
you arrived at
relax.
certain claims.
This is
that you
only
made.
getting started.
Okay. If we could put up
I'm with
Mr.
Jamie.
Sorga's
Let's
new
do this shit all day.
PowerPoint, 525,
Yeah.
25.
I know, but it's funner with a red Solo cup.
Red Solo cup.
You've made a
Fill you
modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened. You received new information or new data, and you updated or
From
changed your PowerPoint.
I
from
did.
your
And
guy.
That's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my
Cool.
presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible. So I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to
Not-
update.
Not
Full
your
Jamie day,
PowerPoint
no half
information
day.
they're providing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
See.
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you are.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Yeah.
You ass.
Okay.
Well, you like that
He's
phrase
getting-
earlier.
He's getting bad with the little asides.
Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just
I
read the
did not.
report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide. No.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought
Why
or how
would
he
he?
analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation. And my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not
assump-
guessing.
It's not a matter of going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the 3-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the 3-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please.
Ugh.
You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that is found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
Oh, for
And without
God's
that
sake,
SD
you
card, we
idiot.
wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh my God, shut up.
Is something you analyzed, but you just read in the report.
Jerking off
That's
Shannon
information
Burgess.
from Ian
Well,
Whiffen,
yeah, the fact that he's trying to
suggesting
rehabilitate
or
his
taking the
witness
position
with
that was
this
the last
witness
user
is
interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone.
I was just if it's because audio cuts over. Chat can't hear you if you talk over the audio. So just if you had something to say, I stopped it.
I was going to say, there's no way he is trying to rehabilitate Shannon Burgess through this witness, and I think Shannon Burgess, his work will stand on its own. I don't think that this is making, again, an idiot. A broken clock can be right twice a day, so that's my opinion. Of course, it's my bias. Maybe it's working to help really rehabilitate him to the jury. You know, he found these magical evidence. But in my opinion, it's not helpful.
No, this guy testified they don't have it in this model.
12:32:09.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate.
He just said that.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're not
apertures.
suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
It's the word cherry picking. You're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't know the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to boost it so we can hear what Brennan, that idiot, says, but he has the same problem AJ has. He can't find a microphone, even if it's painted red and right in front of his face.
Suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event.
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
A little
suggesting
different.
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis. If you're looking at it.
Did he say that?
You would then add the 5 seconds to the time of the trigger, because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, you're basing it off the end of the event, the end, not sorry, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welch's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly. Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report, isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it.
Did you see when you reviewed reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate what you're trying to help us with. Would you like to add a little forward? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data?
I want to see you at sidebar.
Ooh. Yeah, because I wonder, because this wasn't a slide that he went over, if they would be allowed to bring it in.
His whole report's in.
Well,
The whole
that's
report,
what I thought,
he
but I
put-
don't
he
know
put-
what the objection is.
Well, it's probably that he wants to make it show something that it doesn't show. I put a poll up on a 1 to 10 scale. How's Brennan doing on this first cross? And it said 1 to 3, grasping at straw. 3 to 5, getting some hits. 6 to 9, he hasn't caught. 10, tiger blood. I think he is showing exactly that side of him that we saw with Russell and Dr. Wolf, and I think it's a mistake. I
It's
think he's
very
way too aggressive.
condescending.
I think he very, very condescending. Yeah, Turtle Boy is in the courtroom today. He got
also
in
have
as he was the first alternate.
I also have a poll up. Will Brennan turn into a 14-year-old girl by the end of cross? Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
But it's good for the defense. Well, it depends on how the jury sees it. We are annoyed to all heck about it because we've seen this before. Maybe they're thinking, "Oh, finally some fire." We don't know, but I just think if this is going to be a week and a half, and he's going to be this petty with everyone, because his snark is just weird. And AJ
especially to
is getting a
someone-
lot of opportunity to go up. Go.
Oh, that's also, again, this is a nice, expert who hasn't been pompous, who hasn't been douchey, who hasn't, fought fire with fire. He's just been very kind. And it looks bad when you have a kind of affable person and they're not matching energies.
And I think you can do it with a guy who is when you say best practice, I'm not sure that practice is what I do. I actually performs. It's not the practice is what kids do at wiffle ball. In my field, we do.
So jurors, we're going to release you for the luncheon break. I took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see you back here
In an hour.
Rest of the jury.
What's the time? So we're going to go on break to 2 o'clock. Oh, I'm keeping it running in the background. So we're going to go to break till 2 o'clock, and then we're going to come back, and he's going to scream like a little girl again. I think he needs to work on his demeanor.
I think
can tell-
I think he's not getting too bad. He lightened up a little bit.
A scotch, but I think
A little
as soon
bit.
I think redirect cross is gonna. Well,
Redirect.
after redirect and during his recross is when we're gonna see his snotty little C-word
I think
behavior
that's when
come
it
out.
might come out. I think he's waiting to put it all on Dr. Wolf. That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for just a. That's funny. See, that's the thing is like this guy is doing the thing that he should do. He's staying calm. He's answering the questions. He's not fighting with him. And so Brennan has nothing to like come back at, you know?
I did like that line. I'm not trying to obfuscate or cherry pick or anything. I just took their math from the slides.
Yeah.
So you didn't look at the entire, case report from, Yuri Buchanan. Were you aware that there were taillight pieces found?
Were
Have
you
you
aware that
done-
Jen McCabe said, I hit him.
Have you done the 3-day seminar that gets you iPhone Plus certified? He's like, no, sir, I just wrote the book on, crash reconstructionology.
I like when he said, thank God Burgess found that SD card for you. Like, oh my God. Like,
Were you impressed?
weren't you
that
impressed?
he doesn't.
The jury can't complain over anyone, and nothing they say will change anything. I know there's a lot of people out there saying, well, they sent a letter and Bev has changed her mind. If the jury sent Bev a letter saying, hey, we really want you to not give us many objections to anyone, she would come back in and say, jurors, we are trying really hard to keep the timeline. If you ever send me a piece of paper like that again, I'm going to chuck all of you out of here, and we're going to get a new trial, because this is my role. You shut the F up, take notes. So everyone who have told you that, well, the jury has influence, but no, the jury can't demand anything of a judge. It's the judge who rules solely based on her own decisions. No matter if they said, we really want to hear the questions, she would just say, yeah, but I don't want to let you hear the questions because they're not appropriate. Get out of here. So, no, the jury hasn't told her anything, and even if they did, it hasn't changed nothing. It's not the jury who demands from the judge. They are just there to listen. So don't think everything you hear online is true.
Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't she have to make that apparent if the jury's doing that? I don't know.
If the jury sent her a letter saying, you object, we don't want all these sidebars and you object too much, she might read it to the lawyers and they would all chuckle heartily and say, yeah, that's fun. And then she would give them a curative instruction saying, I am the only one who considers objections.
Yeah, I figured maybe.
But a lot of people have been writing it online. It's not true just because it's online, but a lot of people have been writing it. So just don't believe it, because the jury has no influence on the judge in the case.
Because how would you know? Who's talked to the jury to find out?
No one has. It's just people said that it's a rumor that started 2 weeks ago, and then it went away, and now it's back. It's kind of like all the other rumors that we heard. The feds are coming tomorrow, Jamie. You know that.
No, I'm just saying, like, how would that rumor, like, people understand? I'm talking to the people. Like, how would they know? Who's talking to the jury to find that out? Who's the jury that told them, hey, I sent her a letter. She didn't care.
Yeah.
And then who's talking to the bailiff guy that got the letter apparently and gave it to the judge?
Yeah.
Like, no one knows.
Yeah, and if a juror had complained on either side, they'll be off the case.
Yeah, they'd be like,
So I need to see cover more Louisiana trials. No judge has ever withhold an objection if they felt it was appropriate, just to let the jury listen. Shax, sorry I burst your cherry on that one. Yes, internet is full of liars. And some of them
Better
are
get those
lying.
Walgreen cards back from that Nigerian prince.
it's crazy, isn't it?
No, I heard she didn't even hire him. It's just a guy who comes around and do her plumbing for her.
What?
Go say hi to Doink. He's lonely. Apparently his mother, Wendy H., I don't know in what, but she's beginning to attack him a lot on the Twit. It's so
His
funny.
own mother?
Yeah. And you know that fake account, Grant Smith, Ellis, Mrs. or something?
Yeah.
It's clipping all of it. It's so funny. But she blocked me, sadly, so I can't see. Well, I have to look her up.
You need to get like a fake account so you can look at all the black people.
I'm going to pull up a take that I think is more spicy than Brandon's. Brandon will now go follow this woman.
Good old Wendy Murphy.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
I might misunderstand it, but that's a hot take. Brandon, your take on this one? Yes, she is a lawyer.
Is she making... No, I was trying to read her 13th to 14th Amendment where she kind of completes her thought, where it's dumb for dumbness, but it doesn't compare. Hasn't she done her fair share of pestering? I mean, like, shouldn't people in glass houses not throw stones?
Well, she did claim recently that that the victim in the Duke LaCroix, victim, I think she claimed that she wanted to attain her as a lawyer when she was signing a $1 million payoff for lying about the guys, and she said I couldn't do it. That's
Huh.
She is
she had
a peach.
where she had somewhere she was attacking. Maybe it's well, I might have missed it, but she's absolutely cray-cray. But if you want the hottest takes, that's why you come to us.
Yep. Oh,
Yes.
John. Listen, turtle.
Because the jury wasn't laughing their butt off at the blue paint construction or reconstruction. I am sorry, but I have never seen anything. I had to go watch everyone's reactions, and that was hilarious.
Courtroom observation. These defense slides are flat. The jury has been spoiled by clips of Karen and the blue paint reconstruction. This has the feeling of a boring college course. Did you get a college course? Like, as a proud twice college dropout, I usually don't care if someone has college education. But since this man has decided to expertology himself in college courses, how many has he attended?
not enough. Let's just cap it at not enough. Have I seen Hank next to Lulu Who? They are the same person. I don't know who Lulu Who is.
Yeah, I
No
don't-
idea.
So, but let's get some food, get an hour's rest, and be back to watch Brennan absolutely destroy this witness according to the antis. How is Brennan doing on first cross? 80% says grasping at straws. 14% says getting some hits. I would be in those 14%. 4% says tiger blood. And
got some
0%
stuff out,
said
but-
he has him caught. Yeah, he has some. But, yeah.
I would
Yeah,
also.
I
like
mean,
to
he's
read
not
my
totally falling flat, but anyways.
How
No,
dare
he's
you.
getting
dare you.
somewhere.
So I also put a poll in chat. Brennan sucks scale. 8% said 1 to 4 sucks Richard. 8% said 5 sucks Richard, and 83% said 6 to 10 sucks Richard. That was the outcome of my poll.
And 100% in my poll believe that Hank will become a 14-year-old girl by the end of this cross.
Nice.
And we will respect his decision. It is 2025. Sir, wear that dress. You'll look beautiful.
Oh shit! I'm not as ready as.
And I need to restart my computer because I'm getting. So I'll do that, and we'll get some manger, and we'll see you all back in a bit under an hour.
Yes,
Bye.
I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the girl, right?